The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over next to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
We're back together once again.
For now.
Yes, I'm going on Thursday and Friday.
For now.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're going to leave us to get a pack of cigarettes and a carton of milk.
And then I'll be back on Monday. It's a long,
Just taking a couple days.
taking a couple days. This is my it's our wedding anniversary weekend.
Good
We're
job.
taking some time off together.
Good job.
You remember the wedding we weren't invited to?
Yeah. Thanks,
Oh,
Josh.
I got invited, Josh, or John, to the
Reception.
Yes.
And you
what
showed
that
up.
word is.
Thank
And
you.
I was there.
Happer.
But I was out under protest. I wanted to actually be there, to bless.
interesting.
Because I wanted to be there to bless the wedding, like I was there to bless the previous one.
Interesting.
Were you injured or something?
Yes, that was when I threw up my back.
I have the black lung pup.
I did have the black, and I had the black lung.
I was hanging out with my mom for her birthday. It's important to hang out with your mom for her birthday.
Yeah, that one still doesn't quite hit for me.
Thank you, Happer.
Yeah.
It's her birthday every year.
By the way, so
You
so
ready
we-
to talk sunglasses?
So
guys?
we all got our sunglasses. So
Yeah.
so you left me with the ones that have like the panther or the what are these? The spotted
Sex
stripe-
panther.
Yeah,
It's made with
By
bits of real
Odeon.
panther, you know.
Oh wait, those look like those look like the ones I got last time.
Correct. That's
I
what
just-
we thought.
I decided to
Yeah.
grab the douchey glasses this year, but I like them. I've gotten many
we thought
compliments.
we thought we could see you wearing those, and we
I'm
knew
fine.
that you got those last year.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Honestly, I drove to Fremont on Saturday. You know Fremont, John.
I know Fremont. Yeah,
And it was sunny, and I was like, you know what? These rock. Like they just do a great job. All this coverage, everything looks so sharp.
much coverage. There's
I-
a lot
Yeah.
of coverage there.
The ones I got were
Darrell
those,
Revis
but they were
sunglasses.
gold.
That's a good joke, Nick.
Is
I
it-
look like Coach Prime.
I love gold.
I got my fiance the orange ones since I can't wear them
Why can't you?
because I need normal glasses to see.
Interesting.
You ever thought about transitions?
You ever thought? Oh my gosh, Nick.
No,
please don't.
I did that when I was in 4th grade, and
Oh my
I hated
gosh.
it immediately, but I was stuck with them.
You know who else is good at transitions? That would be Urban Meyer. He did the transition.
Oh, I forgot about
He
that.
did. He
Mm.
did.
And they were sexy.
Mm.
Yeah. Super hot.
Stibbs writes, I was at Josh's wedding party. Just saying, he was. Stibbs was there.
Stibbs was there.
Thank you, Stibbs.
I had a great
what else
time
has
with
he got
Stibbs.
going on, though?
Wow. Probably he wasn't watching the Mariners because it was November.
It's true.
Dude, this kid.
Well, he wasn't watching the Mariners then because he wasn't nearly as
Mm.
psychotic as he is now.
Dude, they're good.
I know they
I
are.
watched every game they played this weekend.
What?
Not in full, but I watched them. I watched bits and pieces.
Why?
Because now that we have this 3 TV setup, it's just
See?
always on.
Oh,
This is
No,
going to
it's-
be great when he's got 2 baseball games on during college football season.
So no, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Oh,
so I said
You're
to her,
finally going to like college baseball.
I will never like college baseball.
it won't be on TV.
So it is Friday
He has
night,
ESPN Plus.
and she is home, and we are spending time together, which is a rarity for us on Friday nights. And it's like 9-ish. Maybe it was Saturday. Either way, it was one of the nights. And I go, hey, I think I'm going to go up and watch Mr. Robot instead of watching baseball. And she guilt tripped me because she's like, wow, we're spending time together. This is really nice. So I was like, do you want me to stay? And she said, yeah. And so I stayed and watched the Mariners play more baseball.
well,
You
you
were
got
pouting the whole
guilted into
time,
watching
too.
the Mariners.
I was pouting. I was pouting. I was pouting. This
did you
Saturday.
ever watch Mr. Robot?
Not this weekend, no. No. And now I'm running out of time because
I
football
gotta be
videos.
honest with you. That sounds like it's a lot worse than watching the Mariners.
What,
Yeah.
Mr. Robot?
Yeah.
No, it's a good show.
Mr. Robot.
It's a good show.
What is
Mr.
that?
Robot. It sounds like such a
Show from like a decade
benign
ago.
show.
I need oil.
No, it's no.
Boop, beep, boop. I
All right.
want a gear.
I'm
I'll
Mr.
read the-
Robot.
I'll read the log line for Mr.
Beep, boo,
Robot.
boo, bop.
Let's see.
Sounds like Mr. Yogurt.
No.
Why do
Mr.
you make
Robot.
hanging out with your wife and watching baseball sound like the worst thing in the world?
Nick, if you were spending time with your soon-to-be wife and she was just only watching college football for 5 hours and you were there, at a certain point, wouldn't you want to leave and watch your version of Mr. Robot, Walking Dead season 8?
You've already watched Walking Dead.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Robot. It stars Rami Malek as Elliot Anderson, a cybersecurity engineer and hacker with social anxiety disorder, clinical depression, and dissociative identity disorder.
Well, maybe
you
you
in on
should
this
find
yet?
out his
Rami
identity.
Malek plays a weirdo. Shocking.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, this is among the weirdest characters he has played.
Weirder than Freddie Mercury.
I don't know. I've never seen that movie, but
Yeah, you did. We all saw it.
I didn't.
I thought all of us, like at the company, went to go see that for that early screening.
No.
Oh.
Huh? What
I don't
was?
remember this.
When
the Queen movie.
the Queen movie came out, I thought it was a company-wide thing. Anyway,
I
continue.
don't remember this. Well,
Yeah.
not that I would have been there anyway, but
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, David writes, Mr. Robot's awesome. Stib says Mr. Robot was good. It was. It was. So I've been rewatching because I never got around to finishing it. And so
When does Mrs. Robot come out?
I don't think we'll get a Mrs.
Is Mrs. Robot just Mr. Robot but with a bow like Pac-Man?
is there a
Nice, Nick.
non-binary robot too?
There is not.
Wow,
These are great
I thought
questions.
this took place in the future.
Well,
It took place in 2015.
Why
No,
can't it
Obama's
just-
the president in the show.
Wow, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Whoa.
he died.
He died?
His presidency died.
Yeah,
Well, no,
And
it,
a lot
just,
of things-
it just
time.
expired naturally.
and a lot of things with
Of
it.
natural causes.
It died of natural causes.
It's, you know,
Whatever
it's
amendment
Aunt
of the
Betty.
Constitution, whatever amendment it is of the Constitution.
Did the show go on long enough for Mr. T to make it, or Mr. T?
I don't know.
President T to
again,
make an appearance?
I
Mr.
never
T.
finished it.
That'd be awesome if Mr. T was in Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot, I pity the fool to be a robot like you.
Season 2 was
He
in
would hate
20
robots.
was the
Oh, he
summer of
would.
2016.
Easily.
Oh,
I'm the only one in this neighborhood that can have more metal than that.
Season 3 was 2017, so I haven't seen season 3. So
Mr. T is no longer with us, right?
Oh, no, he's
No, he's
still with
alive.
us.
Okay.
What?
He's the only member of the WrestleMania 1 main event
Yeah.
that still lives.
Somebody should ask Mr. T what he thinks about robots.
great question.
Damn tin can.
Wait, who is that? Is this Mr. T now or President T?
Mr. T.
Oh, Mr. T. Okay, I thought he said President T.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you're talking like a fool? You think I'm talking like that fool, President T? I'm Mr. T.
I bet Mr. T would be cool with robots. During World of Warcraft years ago, there was this promotion that they did with Mr. T where you got like this little grenade and then you could throw it at somebody and it would turn them into Mr. T.
Interesting.
Like with like
Nice.
the feathers and stuff that he wore. Yeah, it's a real thing that happened. Mr. T did a collaboration.
I wish I
with
could throw
World
a
of
grenade at
Warcraft.
you, Nick, and turn you into Mr. T.
I would love that. That'd be sick.
Mm.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be Mr. T.
Mr. T grenade.
Of all the things that grenades can do to people, turning them into Mr. T. Amazing.
Yeah, it's a new one. That's for sure.
Mhm.
Mm.
So yeah, watched a lot of baseball. All that to say, watched a lot of baseball.
Good for
I have
you.
actual takes now on baseball.
And you're better for it.
What are
Oh,
they?
are you the one that was knocking the female umpire?
No, I would never say such a thing.
She did miss that first call pretty bad.
Oh, was
She
it?
did.
I
It
don't
was-
even know what happened.
was-
A
you know-
lot of
you know what the-
umpires have missed the
The
Classic
best-
Nick.
The
no,
best
for
part-
sure. She had a very normal game.
If
but the
anything, I think she's
first
pretty
pitch-
par for the course.
The first pitch.
was off by a lot.
Yeah, the first.
Off
That's
by
all.
like Guardians level pitcher, purposefully
not
throwing.
that far.
Not that
No,
far.
Not that far.
But that's the beauty of now we can approve that both men and women can blow calls.
That's
at the
right.
plate.
Yeah,
Exactly.
very normal.
Mhm. Okay, a take of mine. I mean, I've watched a lot of Mariners, but I do think that they're good, and they are the hottest team in baseball right now.
That's not true.
No, that is not
the
true.
Brewers are not hotter than the Mariners.
Yes,
right
they
now.
Yes,
are.
they
Have
are.
you seen the home swing that the Mariners just finished up? They went 9-1. What did the Brewers win? Like 7 games in a row.
The Brewers are
9.
24-4 in their last 28
Pretty good.
games.
I'd take
Yeah.
the Mariners if they played in the World Series tomorrow.
Josh, go back to watching Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought that
You,
you
call
said
Stibs for your
no,
baseball
no.
takes?
No, I don't want to. I'll hear this from you. But John over the weekend tweeted, "I look forward to their inevitable downfall." But now when Josh has a take saying, "Yeah, they're not as good," John immediately reverses.
No,
and
you
says,
said
Josh
they
is the
weren't
idiot.
as hot.
I
Yeah.
said if they played the Mariners tomorrow, I'd take the Mariners, and John called me an idiot.
Well, I call you an idiot all the time.
Interesting. I'm just saying. I believe in the Mariners.
The Brewers are definitively hotter than
Okay, fine.
anything.
So anything on earth
Yes.
right now.
Okay, fine.
You have
They-
to go to the sun to find something hotter right now.
Yeah, maybe
The
not
sun
even
is
that.
pretty hot.
So are they like easily the 1 seed in the?
Yeah,
Oh,
they have
yeah.
the best record of baseball by like 5 games.
Yeah.
Wow. It's RIP Tigers. Remember when they had the best record in baseball?
A lot of teams had the best record in baseball for a while. And
Did they? How many teams have had the best record in baseball this season?
Cubs, Dodgers, Tigers.
And now the Brewers,
did the Mets?
The Brewers do.
crap, 44 losses and 73 wins.
That's right.
That's good.
Yeah, very good.
Wow, they're going to win like 100 and something games probably, huh?
Oh, easily.
Wow.
They can't lose.
Baseball.
You can't do anything about it.
What a sport. What a pastime.
The Yankees had it at one point this season, didn't they?
Baseball.
For like a few days.
Well, who was the first team that played baseball this year?
The Dodgers and the
Dodgers.
Cubs.
The Dodgers
Yep,
beat
they
the
were in
Cubs.
Japan.
I remember, Nick. And you were very excited.
I woke up early to watch.
Stibbs
It
points
was
out
Japan, not Korea this year.
It was Japan,
Japan,
this
It
year.
was Japan.
Yeah,
Korea
what
was
did Stib
last
say?
the problem with the first pitch, going back to the female ump, it came off of a big soliloquy about how awesome it was. She
I
was
know.
behind the plate, and then seconds later, it was a rough first pitch.
And the reaction from the hitter, he kind of spun out. Like, oh no!
Hey, so I heard something. So John and I weren't prepping in our usual spot today. We were prepping in the meeting room. for,
Yeah,
like,
because
sales stuff.
they're painting.
They're
I
painting
heard-
over
Yeah,
there.
there was a
Smells.
scaffold behind my desk.
So at one
big time.
point, I heard John listening to something that can only be described as very confusing to my ears on the other side of the desk. And then
What?
I had you'll know what I mean. I had the YouTube up, so I would know when to come in here. And I heard you guys come back from break having a conversation about something Nebraska related.
yes,
And
yes.
now my group chat pops off with a tweet where it says, "What better way to end practice than an epic shadow boxing battle?"
that, yeah.
And the text from the friend was the F word. This sounded like the worst thing one could hear.
Josh, I
was
can't
confused
describe
by
it.
I was confused by it. I don't get what is shadow boxing.
It's not. That was not shadow box.
Shadow boxing, that's beatboxing, right? Weren't they beatboxing?
No, they weren't doing. Well, I mean, there
What
were
is this,
sound effects,
1988?
You
they
can beatbox, John, in
but they were
2025?
doing like it looked like some sort of coordinated. It almost looked like a dance.
Bring back Chasing 3. That's my take.
What were they doing,
I
Nick?
don't
Do you know?
I won't
I
watch.
haven't
This
watched
has
it
to
yet.
be a thing with the kids.
Nick's too old now, I think.
I think I've aged out.
We need Gen Z B on the
I was
But they were
complete-
doing weird.
Ask McMaster. I bet he'd know.
Oh, I'll also ask him if that's his charging cable back
I
there.
was confused. Because I always thought shadow boxing was just like boxing a silhouette again.
Oh, shadow boxing is just like imagining you're punching somebody.
It looked
Yeah,
like
That's what I thought shadow
that's what
boxing
they
was.
would
That's
call.
what it is.
What they were doing was what they would call shadow boxing if they were in an anime show.
Mm.
Oh,
You know,
Okay.
it's like anime shadow boxing
I will have to watch this
because
during
they were
break.
doing the sound effects. They were doing the like. If they
I-
would have photoshopped lasers onto their fingers, that would have made a
Oh.
lot of sense to me.
Could we just go back to the walk-in talks?
I like those.
Let's just do the walk-in
Unless they go to
talks.
Starbucks, I
as-
don't want to see that.
Nick was so triggered
I
by
was
that one.
so triggered by that.
Wait, what?
Who cares if you have a Starbucks in there? Why are you wasting our time to make a 2-minute video about the Starbucks you have on campus? The weight room made sense. People care about that.
Nick, people
Why would you
love-
go
The
to
university's
Starbucks?
$26 million behind budget. They've got a Starbucks in the football office.
Nick, people love Starbucks.
But
I
it-
think it sucks. It's a selling point.
But
If Starbucks is your favorite coffee,
Yeah.
and you could go play football at a building that has it.
Or I could walk down the street
Nick,
because there's one
Nick,
everywhere.
Nick,
No,
think
no.
about, you got to think about a football player in college. Their time is so regimented. So I heard this story once about Nick Saban in Alabama. There was this ice cream shop or something that all the players loved going to.
Yeah.
And he was like, it was like away from things. They brought it to the facility so then they could get it and keep going with their lives. It's very
It's
important.
all about keeping all the troops in the compound.
It really is, Nick.
Mhm.
It's-
You don't know what they're going to do when they go outside.
My only concern is,
They
we're-
want to keep them there as long as
Exactly.
we're going to have
possible.
an over-caffeinated team or a team that gets grossly fat because they're drinking the 700-calorie
Oh, don't drink that in Nebraska.
flappa maca mocha mochaccina things that aren't good for you.
What bugged me the most about it is I understand they make these for the recruits. I get that.
Sure.
The weight room being the first one that they did, that made a lot of sense. It's
Yeah.
a great
You
weight
can't
room.
just keep doing the weight room thing.
But surely there has to be something between weight room and Starbucks. There has to be.
Well, there's probably a couple of bathrooms.
Why wouldn't you go through the cool new locker rooms? They
Well,
love the locker rooms.
I was told that they have multiple
Well,
saunas.
They have a lot of saunas. They did
walk
that
and
last
talk
year.
in the locker room.
See, the Starbucks is brand new. Last year, we saw the whole walk-in saunas and the big pool that they
Yeah.
walk
Also,
around.
why
Look,
isn't
we
it
have
a
a swimming
scooters?
pool.
What if he would have walked by the saunas and the saunas were in use and there was people in there?
Oh my gosh.
Blur it out in post.
There
We're
was
not
some
doing this
wang.
live.
It was
Or just don't include it.
whole
Yeah, but
meaning to
then-
wang nachos.
Listen, we don't need any of that stuff because I guarantee you the Uber nerds sitting in their mom's basement would overanalyze how much someone had to be pixelated
That's
out.
true.
Oh, Nick, you freak.
And that would just get really, really uncomfortable.
Or somebody who was in the sauna, but they were like too in the sauna. You know what I mean? Like maybe they were spending too much time in the sauna. How about get out of the sauna and catch a first down pass?
Yeah.
You know?
I love people
Dane Key
complaining.
walks out of the sauna and his hands are all wrinkly because he's been in the water too long. He drops the ball.
John writes, when did Nick turn 83 years old? Also, I have an answer from McMaster on what took place.
Oh,
if you'd
okay,
like me to
cool.
read it.
I would.
Matt's
guess.
young.
Yeah.
It's called shadow boxing.
No, it's not.
It's not
I
shadow
have
boxing.
no idea what it is, but please continue.
The goal is to get the guy to move his head in the same direction as you are pointing your finger. It's a fun little game we used to play in my homeroom / in between going to classes in high school. Definitely a skill to it. There were some guys who were insane and some guys who sucked.
I know that game he's talking about. We played it in middle school too, but we didn't call it shadow boxing. We called it ninja.
Wait. So what's the goal?
So like you like go like this, and then the person like moves like that, right?
And they lose?
You're supposed to like touch them. I think is what the goal is.
I don't
Like
know.
you
You're
go like
supposed
this.
to touch them?
Yeah, like you're supposed to try to touch them, like move in a way to where you touch them, and then they're
The
out.
goal is to move the head in the same direction as you're pointing your finger. Not a finger.
Move their head. Is that what you're saying?
So like I punch you and you move your head with me.
So it's like flinch. If you flinch, you lose.
I think they want you to move in this. I don't know. Ask Matt about it tomorrow.
This team is losing 9 games.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, these guys stink.
Incredible.
Okay.
That and the sauna and the Starbucks.
See, they're too caffeinated.
Yep.
We got to cut out the caffeine.
It definitely, whatever they were doing looked like they were super caffeinated. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is
Sound
Nebraska
effects.
football too caffeinated?
They're too caffeinated.
I love caffeine.
It sounds like a good
That means they're
thumbnail
gonna-
for the show.
That means they're going to crash. That means they're going to, about 2:30, they're going to crash. They're just be like,
more coffee. That's why they have the Starbucks there, John.
Thinking about it more, what you described, the shadow boxing thing, that is not what we played. What
Oh,
we played
interesting.
was cooler than whatever this sounds like.
Interesting. Iowa played a
so
cooler
this is
version of Nebraska.
Gen Z C?
No, this is still B.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Okay.
I think B's are in college yet.
Okay.
Did you guys know that Amir Abdullah's got hurt?
I heard about it.
Season-ending injured reserve.
Oh, that's too bad.
Man, I wonder what that means for his career. That's a bummer.
Amir.
Well, I mean, think about it. He's like,
I know. His first year was 14 years ago. So he's probably 32, 33.
he's
Oh,
probably my
yeah.
age. Yeah.
yeah, it's probably done.
Could you imagine playing in the NFL right now
No.
at age 35 or whatever you are?
36.
Yeah.
I'll be
Well, for a
37
running
soon.
back, that means you're like 78.
That's true. He's like Nick's opinions age now. Ooh, Watson, good question. Is he available to work Big Red Overreaction?
Oh, that could be fun.
we are
great.
needing an additional host.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Odson, reach out.
Hey, Amir, did you realize that the game where you scored that winning touchdown triggered off a very touchy argument between the hosts? Wasn't that the
Oh.
game that you and Damon went back and forth?
McNeese State, baby.
If he hadn't have done that,
Wow.
maybe you would have gotten along. Maybe today you could be friends.
Wow. An alternate world where Nebraska loses that game and I'm hosting Overreaction with Damon. I cannot imagine.
Imagine that.
I would have lit Bo on fire, which I already kind of was.
Well, you were.
What was your argument
But at least
about
you would
it
have had more, really a lot more oomph to it.
So I thought Bo should have been fired for like 2 years by that point in time.
Yeah.
Damon knew that I wanted Bo fired.
Uh-huh.
Damon did not want Bo fired. Rather than
He was a Bo lever.
yes. And so me being the 20 whatever year old jackass I was, rather than just make my own argument, I only read emails from people who agreed with what Damon knew
That's
about
bad.
me. And I got Damon a little triggered.
Yeah.
And then I got triggered.
That would trigger many.
And then Mike Neville, I think, was very afraid that we were going to fight each other off the air.
Can you imagine how much better those emails would have been if Amir hadn't have scored?
It would have been awesome. That would have been the best day of my life. And then I did it. I hope Jay Foreman doesn't mind me saying this. So I did the Iowa overreaction later that year with Jay Foreman. I'm pretty sure Jay Foreman was also not a Bo lever. And so it looks like Nebraska is going to lose. But then he kind of flipped his opinion once they won. And he was like, I don't know if you can fire him now. And meanwhile, I was still going hard in the paint and old people were getting pissed at me.
Did you read more emails?
No, I just started giving my opinion on that one.
Oh.
Yeah. Everybody knew what I thought.
He
Then
did
he
get
got-
fired.
Then he got fired that
and then
weekend.
he got fired.
And now Nebraska hasn't gotten a first down in overtime.
Fun time.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Those were interesting times.
They
Yeah.
were. They were the good
There
old
was
days.
never the Bo Leavers and the Bo Leavers.
I think John coined that. Did you
I?
coin it? I don't remember
think
anyone
so.
other than you
It
saying
does sound like something John would
Bo
say.
Leavers versus Bo Leavers.
I'm sure I saw it somewhere. I don't want to take credit for that.
All right.
But it's a good.
It's kind of a John coded thing, though. I think we can all.
It's
agree.
very good.
I like it.
Do you believe
Are you a Bo
In life,
Leaver?
lever or a bow lever? Almost sounds like a bull.
I was really I'm glad that I never really had to give my opinion on that. That was right before I started being on air.
All right. It's time to give your opinion.
Should he be fired?
I was pretty over it by that time.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I would have called. I don't know that I would have called for him to be fired. I would have just been like,
John had called for him to be fired the whole previous year.
Yeah. The day
Going
bef-
into the Iowa game.
going into the Iowa game.
Yeah. He you had like a long list,
I
right?
did. I
wonder
wonder
if you still have that.
I wonder if I do.
Yeah. Then he swung his hat and we all thought, well, that's all
We
she
thought he
wrote.
was gone.
That's
I
right.
cannot believe they brought him back.
They
He did
brought
not get
him back.
It was insane. All right. Frank Solich. Should they fire him or not?
did not have takes about this when I was
Oh.
11.
Mm.
How'd you feel about the general state of Nebraska as a team when you were 11?
I was pretty happy about it.
Yeah.
They went to the national championship game. I thought that was cool in 2001.
That was cool.
The game itself was less cool.
The game was not cool, Nick.
And then 2002 was very, very uncool. Did
that year
not
sucked.
like 2002.
Bad year.
I remember the Penn State game that year. Went over to a family friend's house and watched the game.
Oh,
Horrific experience.
bad.
And
40-7 they lost, Nick.
Mm.
And that just was a continuation of the bad at the end of the previous year.
And
Pretty
that was the
rough.
first time they wore those god awful
Oh.
uniforms with the giant red stripe.
And then they played Iowa State the next week, also got boat raced. Seneca Wallace
Go
ran all
Clones!
over them. Oh,
And
bad
someone
time.
called us at halftime asking when Big Red Overreaction.
Big Red Reaction.
I'm sorry, Big Red Reaction was going to be on because they wanted to stay on hold to tell us what they thought of Solich.
That was not me for the record.
No, it was an old guy.
Wow.
if I was like 30 in 2003, I probably would have said, yeah, I'm over this.
Yeah.
We can move on to the next thing.
Mm.
I probably would have been pretty jacked about Billy C.
I definitely talked myself into Bill Callahan.
Even after it took 40 days to get there.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
But he's going to, I mean, they're going to
West Coast.
score points.
People love
They're going to do
USC.
offense.
They're going to do USC in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They tried.
Those were good old days.
They were. John, were you a fire Solich guy or keep Solich guy?
I was keep Solich only because they had made the changes, the assistant coaches, they brought Bo in, they brought Marvin Sanders in. And that Frank finally had a chance to put a stamp on the staff. I thought they should have been given at least another year with that because they brought in the new coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, Bo did a tremendous job with the defense.
He
that
did.
they
were good.
should have been given another year.
It makes sense.
I mean, and now looking at it in hindsight, would he have, been great? It would just been a slower progression down the hill.
Yeah.
Eventually.
They always fired the coaches too early or too late.
That's
They
true.
never fired them at the right moment.
That's true.
If you're going to fire Solich, you should have done it after 02.
Yep.
Or give him another year. Same with Bo. You should have fired him after 2013 when the hat swing, not
Definitely.
after beating Iowa in 2014.
So, did they fire Frost at the right time? Well,
Too late.
I mean, they did. It was too late, but because they went late,
they got Matt Rule.
they got Matt Rule.
Now,
They
some
would not have gotten Matt Rule.
emailers, let's see, John and Greg in Myrtle Beach and Doc would all
People who
say
hate Rule.
they
Yeah.
fired him at the wrong time because of they got Rule. Yeah. Now, I will say this, an argument for firing Frost at the right time. There were still people after 2021. You remember these people saying, no, you got to give him more time.
Mhm.
And the 1 and 2 start in 2022. I don't know why they needed that. I don't know why they needed the onside kick or the loss to Georgia Southern, but it did seem like it was a light bulb moment for people
Yeah.
where they said, well, maybe he won't do
Oh,
it.
it definitely stamped it. I mean,
Yeah.
it put the nail
It
in
triple
the coffin.
stamped a double stamp.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
Mhm.
Now, I suppose you could also make the case that you fired him too early because of the buyout.
Yes, and he should have had the Oklahoma blowout loss on his
Yes,
record.
yes.
It's very unfair.
It is very unfair that
All of his
Mickey
end
had to
lost.
take that,
Yeah.
had to take that L instead of Frost.
I think his final 10 or 11 losses were all by 9 points or less. That's not fair. He deserved the blowout.
Though, yes,
I know.
The visual of the blowout does make it a little more satisfying, but losing to Georgia Southern at home,
Pretty funny.
worse than getting blown out by Oklahoma at home.
Yeah.
They
Did
had
like a
no
3-hour
business.
overreaction.
They
that night.
had no business losing that game.
Mm-hmm.
0.
Wow.
They probably would have played well against Oklahoma.
And there's something that
Had
tells me
Frost
that
been there.
there's something that tells me that Frost lost that game intentionally because they were wearing the throwback uniforms.
Just to trigger people.
83 team wasn't that good. I wasn't on.
Well, that's the theory with the onside kick.
Mm-hmm.
He just saboed it.
People have said that. People have said that he said it on the sidelines to someone. You want to watch me get fired, and then he called the onside kick. People have said this.
Then he
People
looked
have
up
said
at the
this.
Peds and said,
Pay me my money, or whatever.
Bring me my money.
my money, Peds.
Where's Joey McGuire? Give me my money.
Where's Joey? Joey? He's not out there, coach.
Mm.
Man, money. He's spending that money.
McMaster has responded, by the way.
Yeah.
And he must have hopped on the YouTube and rewound. Nick is wrong. Ninja is a completely different game.
Which is also why I said I was wrong.
Yeah,
I missed
catch up,
that.
Nick. Or I mean, Matt.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Nick. I missed you saying you were wrong. I thought you just said you called it something
I
different.
still don't understand what the hell they were doing. It looked very weird to me.
It was. It sounded weird too.
Yeah.
It's also not what shadowboxing is. Shadowboxing is
Correct.
already a thing. Make a
Well,
new name.
As we've talked about, kids will just take words and change the meaning of those words.
That's true.
We do love rewriting history, don't we?
Flick
folks?
me up.
Oh, yeah. Do you know about Flick Me Up?
What?
Nobody. I don't
John,
think anybody knows
John,
about this.
Was
John, somebody comes to
you guys been getting Adam and Eve?
No, this is not a sex thing, John. It
Somebody
sounds
comes
like
to
it,
you,
though.
they hand you their phone, and they say, "Flick me up, quick."
What do you do? What do you do, John?
He
I
throws
have-
the phone on the ground and breaks it.
I probably dropped the phone because it's probably got a venereal disease on it.
You were probably right next to me when this happened last. Not like but this was after a Creighton game, like on the court. And one of the kids came up and they were like, "Flick me up."
One
And
of the kids.
You know, one of the kids. They have many kids who work, not like tiny children, but like college age kids.
What, like one of the managers or something?
No, not one of the managers.
Forgot about
Definitely not
managers.
one of the managers. Don't put it on the internet. That was one of the managers. It
But
was not.
they handed you their phone and said, "Flick me up."
That's right, John.
You're gonna have to explain this to me. I have no idea.
I
what
just
it is.
did. That was.
It
It
means
was.
to take a photo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why wouldn't they just say take a photo?
Hey, could you take a picture of me? You know,
Yeah.
like what a normal person says.
Mm-hmm.
well, there's
You might
always
have been in that flick.
there's always been slang, right?
John got flicked up.
There's always been slang.
Nice.
So I now that I hear it in context, it's not quite as offensive. But I was
Wow, you are pro Flick Me Up.
like, no, I didn't say pro. I just
Say this to McDermott this season. Hey, Matt, could you flick me up real fast? Just to see
well, I
his
mean, he
reaction.
does hang around a lot of the kids of Gen Z, B, C, whatever.
It
Big.
is Gen Z B.
Yeah, I have a
be.
picture
So-
of Mac hanging out with all the Gen Z beers last year.
John, after a good play for Creighton this year, this is like word of the game. You should say, "Oh, flick me up! What a play by the Jays!"
Yikes.
You should do it. It's a long season. You got to find ways to entertain yourself.
Okay,
Got to remember this, Nick. Put it in the calendar for the opener.
I'll try to remember.
Put it
this.
in the calendar.
Usually it's
for
like
the,
flick me up and call me Sally or
There
something
you go.
like that.
Well, Hansa says, "Flick me up, Buttercup."
Nice.
Why don't you flick me up,
Flick
flick me up,
Buttercup.
Buttercup, baby? Don't you let you down. No, 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 no. Mhm. By the way, Sibs is pumped about manages right now,
Yes.
Happer. What's worse, calling your
yes.
managers manages or saying "flick me up" to get your picture
Stibbs
taken?
hates the managers.
This
For
is
no
the guy who
reason.
keeps tweeting goms at me. Like,
He
you
does
kidding
tweet
me?
goms all the time.
Does
What's
it-
Goms?
now tell me if you
Hashtag
think this is true.
GoMs.
Oh.
Goms sounds like synthetic bubble gum. Like if you're allergic to real gum, here from the makers of Pennzoil, here's Goms.
Wait, why would Pennzoil make goms?
Well, because it's synthetic.
Okay, they're just into the synthetic
There's-
market.
They're
I'm
in
thinking
Mobile,
like-
mobile one Goms.
Mobile One Goms.
I'm thinking
That's what it sounds
gum,
like.
gum for the elderly.
Or it could be that.
Oh, it is
Goms.
the elderly Gom. Gum.
It's been 50 years since I was able to choose from Hubba Bubba.
You can.
But thanks to Goms, I can now be like I was when I was 17.
You don't need teeth for Goms. You can just kind of gum on it with your gums.
Wow, I want some
Goms.
gum.
Goms. That's what it sounds like.
I love gum.
Elderly gum. Hansa says, "Good band name?" Question mark.
I could add that to the list.
Elderly gums.
Goms.
Mm.
Goms.
Wow.
Elderly Gum, Elderly Gum, or Goms.
Goms.
Both good band names.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Stibbs would go see Goms in concert.
Mhm. Oh, he definitely would.
Sure, you've seen worse bands than that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. How was the movie that Stibbs suggested?
It was solid. Nick loved it.
Yeah, it was good.
Stibbs
Wow.
loved it. It was solid. It
Okay.
wasn't what I was expecting. I thought Salton Sea, it was going to be about a fisherman. It was about a guy getting revenge for his wife's murder.
By
Oh.
getting in bed with a bunch of meth heads.
Yeah, he became a meth head himself.
Wow.
As a bit.
But also
As
an informant as a bit. And
Yeah.
then worked with the FBI. Not as a bit.
Yeah, not as a bit. Yeah.
Interesting.
That's some spoilers for the movie.
Okay.
What's this week's pick, Nick?
This week's pick is
Broken.
Unbroken.
Unbroken.
You'd like it. It's a World War II type of movie.
Where's it at?
Netflix.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then I think I'm doing it, Happer, for next week. The Departed.
Ah, damn it.
What?
I'm not going to be here for that.
Never mind. I'm not doing The Departed. Wait, you're going to be here the next week? No, that's week 0, Nick. That's not Chicago trip. Unless you're out of town that week too.
Oh, okay. No, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Yeah. The Departed, Happer. It's back on the menu.
Yes.
The 29th and the 5th. That's when I'm out.
I'm not talking about the 29th.
Yeah.
Hell
Yes.
yeah. I am excited to watch The Departed.
There you go.
Cranberry juice.
Nice. Can't wait for that.
I don't get that reference.
You will.
I'm going to watch it on my Blu-ray player.
You won't like it, Nick. You won't like that.
I won't
You
like
won't-
it.
You
That
won't like
reference.
You won't like that joke.
Oh,
Oh.
man. That movie. I can't wait to watch it. Can't wait to watch it.
Great movie.
Mhm.
I might watch it just.
I thought you might
Just
join
'cause-
us.
Yeah, maybe I will.
That'd be
I,
fun.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's one of the
You're-
I don't know
10
if I'll
movies
have
you've seen.
time.
You'll
I might go to Home Depot. I don't know if I'll have time.
What a reference, Happer.
He might have to go to the store to get some goms.
Yeah, I need more Goms.
I watched Wanted the other day.
Wanted?
Yeah, remember Wanted with Angelina Jolie?
I remember
and-
Wanted.
All right, Josh.
I
Don't
never.
be a jerk.
It was funny how he said wanted.
That's the name of the movie. It's Wanted.
All right. Anyway,
You were calling it Wanted?
it's called what? The word is wanted.
Wanted. You're saying wanted like WONE.
Oh my.
How do you say? How do you say? How do you,
Oh, man.
how do you say want?
I mean,
Oh no, this
I
is
mean,
bad.
This is bad.
This is really
This
bad.
is bad because Nick is right.
No
I mean,
way,
it is-
he is.
Well, he's right, but
The word is pronounced wanted.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but I
Nick, I apologize.
But I also hear what you're saying because usually when I say something is wanted, that's what I
say
say.
wanted.
I say wanted.
I don't want.
I don't say,
that.
but yes. I mean, to go Brian Christopherson,
Wow, Nick, I
and
apologize.
enunciate.
You were right. I was
Wanted.
wrong.
I think
Thanks.
normally I say
I'm the idiot here.
wanted like Juan, like JUAN,
Wanted.
like wanted.
Wanted.
But I kind of have a little twinge of the East Coast. So Nick kind of draws that a little
He
bit.
did, but it's true.
Nick, I
though.
apologize.
A wanted. See, like you talk about a wanted poster,
A
or
wanted poster.
Wanted.
A
I
wanted
really
poster.
wanted to go to the store to get some gums.
Oh, so it's different, huh?
It does.
Huh.
You know
you
what I
learned
mean?
something new.
No, it's not. I mean, it's
Like I wanted the candy bar.
that's kind of how my mind works with it. But Nick is correct. It should be wanted.
I want you guys to fight about this for a long time, though.
No, I'm done now. I mean, Nick won. He won.
Did he won or won?
Won or won.
Nice.
Was the movie any good, Nick, on your rewatch?
I mean, I understand why I loved it when I was 10.
That was the movie in Movie Magic the other day, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Is that why you watched it?
No, I've actually kind of been wanting to watch it for like a week before that. So it was interesting that it showed up in Movie Magic.
We had a great time.
Good.
We had a great time.
Wonderful. Well, there's your crossover powered by
Wow.
Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
What does it say?
Odson. Everyone in studio, please recite the following. I wanted some faux
No.
king foe from the king of foe, the faux king.
It's pho, for the record.
It's pronounced fun, Nick. Now read it again.
Yeah, no, I got it wrong.
I
You're right.
wanted some
No.
pho.
I can't. It gives
King.
me the heebie-jeebies.
I
pho
almost made that the
from the
crossover
king
promo.
of
but I didn't.
pho, the pho.
Oh, you should, Nick. That's
Stop,
good. Just bleep
John.
it. Just bleep him saying it.
Stop it. You're
I don't want to be mean to
scaring me.
Happer.
When Happer goes, I've been got.
Now I definitely want to open my own pho store and call myself
Yeah,
the pho.
you know, stop it. It
King.
scares me.
But imagine the fun we could have in the commercials. My wife and I could open. I say, "Hey, it's me, John Bishop, the King,
Oh, yeah.
along with the Queen."
You guys should. They should be.
You're
You
just
guys should be
talking like
fine.
William Shatner.
They should be fine.
We're fine. I'm not worried.
No,
And then
fine.
we could like spell it out.
Oh,
the
fine.
fine. Find them.
Oh,
Find.
King
Find.
and the Queen.
Wanted.
Queen. That's good stuff.
So bad, John. So bad.
It is bad. No, it's not. It's good pho. It's pho.
Stop. I don't
King
like. I don't
good pho.
want to do that anymore. It's so scary. It's like if I was on top of a very tall building looking over the edge.
Oh,
That's
you
how
get
I
the
feel when you say
heebie-jeebies?
pho.
Mm.
I don't like it.
You're getting audible vertigo.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you
scary.
watch people climb
That's
things
a
and you're
band
like,
name.
I hate that.
yeah, you get your palms get sweaty.
I hate that.
Yeah, no thank you.
Then I can open a furniture store and call myself the sofa.
Man, a lot of people were tweeting that
Person.
at us, the sofa person. We are the best, which is why we're the sofa persons.
Sofa man.
Oh.
And that's the crossover powered by
Nice.
Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum Monday on 1620 The Zone.
Mainly cloudy, a few sprinkles here this afternoon. The temperature's near 80. A few more showers into the evening, then skies become partly cloudy later tonight. We'll see the lows drop back into the mid-60s. And then partly to mostly sunny on Tuesday with a high temperature in the mid-80s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You can go to krtrelief.com today and you can get 10% off. And how about this? Free shipping on orders over $15. I have been using KRT Athletic Muscle Cream for the last couple of months and it has helped me out a ton. Get me back out there on the running trail. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
Everybody's played a preseason game. Nebraska's had a scrimmage. A lot of football to react to, John.
The biggest story is the punter. Spot the lie.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And we have, I have to put my glasses on for this.
You're wearing your those
My
glasses.
shades.
Oh,
for
he
this.
doesn't wear his actual
I
glasses
know. I was
anymore.
like, what
Because
in the world happened?
as we found out from Adam Rittenberg, Big Ten coaches don't like the preseason polls. The preseason polls are out.
They are
It's so
out.
bright out here. No. We can't look at the preseason polls. Now all these teams are not going to win the national championship because somebody ranked them in August.
And there's some goofballs in the chat who agree with those stupid coaches.
Good. Go ahead. Stupid needs company.
Nice.
This is the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. And this is the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Speaking of stupid needing company, am I right, fellas?
Hey!
AP Top 25 preseason poll, the Huskers are unranked.
Wow.
Will the Big Ten coaches survive the horror? Scribes versus Chit Chat.
Scribes versus Chit Chat.
Are
read
you fighting
some-
somebody?
I
Is it a
read,
game show?
I read something over the weekend, and I was a little confused.
Interesting.
How long is the stadium project tabled?
Great question.
Today's 25 teams will feature Kansas State. Some believe they are the favorites to win the Big 12. Of course, there may be about 13 or 14 favorites for the Big 12 this
Which
year.
is why they got rid of it too. Don't forget the Big 12 also triggered by preseason polls.
No, not the preseason polls.
They don't like them.
God, please, no.
They hate them.
Don't tell anybody before the season starts who's going to be good.
They hate them.
Wyatt Thompson, the voice of the Wildcats, will be here. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us.
Nice.
He wrote about Dylan over the weekend.
Yeah.
Raiola?
Yes, Dylan Raiola.
Okay.
The very one, Nick.
Just wanted to make sure it was the right Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, around here, he's like on a Madonna, Cher, Sting,
Prince.
Prince, one name
Goldberg.
basis. Goldberg.
Yeah. You know Goldberg's first name, Nick?
No.
Bill.
Is it?
That's why he went by Goldberg.
They instead of just Bill.
Yeah. It would have been as cool. Here comes Bill. Can you imagine that? By God, is that Bill?
Actually,
Bill's
that
music.
would have been pretty cool.
Would have been pretty
would have
funny.
been cool. It's Michael Severe Mondays.
Wait, what was the less quality football rates going up? You didn't tease that.
Less quality football rates going up. Yes.
What's
yes.
that?
Well, there's going to be less quality football this season than ever before.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Michael Severe Mondays.
Hell yeah.
We've got preseason 1 takes,
We do?
including Shador.
You do?
Well, sure.
Interesting.
And did the Brewers suck all the winning out of New York?
The hottest team in baseball. Everybody knows this, and no one would argue against
Never.
it. Casey Mike, rather.
Oh.
Right? Horrible baseball take. Brewers team is the best right now. I hate saying this. Stick to football takes.
Mm.
I've never been told to stick to football, but folks, I can indeed stick to football.
Well,
Sorry, Farron, you're booted.
for fear of offending any Big Ten coaches.
Or Big 12. We got to make fun of both leagues. No,
Yeah,
I
but-
know you hate the Big Ten the most, but
I
you
do,
need to make
'cause they're
fun of the
evil.
Big 12. The Big 12 is also soft and afraid of preseason expectations.
For fear of fearing or scaring them all, here it is.
Look at that.
The preseason AP top 25.
Wow.
The 76th time they've done this
Awesome.
horrific survey.
Mm.
Texas has been cursed by being preseason number one. Did you know? Of the last 21 preseason AP number ones, only 2 won the national title.
I remember for the longest time that number was 0. Oh, 0.
Oh, 0.
It really was a curse. And if you got that tabulation before the year, you could count on not winning at all.
Penn State is number 2. Ohio State's number 3.
And that means we will not get 1 versus 2 in the AP poll on week 1.
We
big
won't.
noon Saturday.
We'll have to settle for 1
Sad.
versus 3.
Sad.
Clemson, Georgia round out the top 5. Notre Dame, Oregon, Alabama, LSU, Miami, 6 through 10.
And a reminder, that means we get, in week 1, we get 1 versus 3, we get 4 versus 9, and we get 6 versus 10. 3 top 10 AP matchups.
Amazing. And then we won't get any more ranked games for the rest of the month.
No. Michigan and Oklahoma, John, they play the next week. That'll be
Well,
fun.
but Michigan will probably fall out by then.
Nah, they're going to lose to Central Michigan or whoever
Sure,
they play
why
in week
not?
1. All right, sounds good to me.
Nebraska in the others receiving votes category.
They would have been 34th.
Something like that.
34th.
But they did get votes.
Look at that, the Holy War, 26 and 27.
Yeah.
Now, what is this reference? I sent this to somebody and I said a new Weird John meme has dropped.
Well, it's
John,
just-
what is this?
We're just supposed to be scared by preseason polls.
So what?
that's all.
But what is that?
Well, that's Dracula. He's being
That's
scary.
Dracula.
That's the lamest Dracula I've ever
He's
seen.
scary.
That's SEC. See, you had to see SCTV when you were a kid.
Apparently.
But
John,
he's
we're on
very
YouTube.
scary.
We're trying to relate with the youngs. Can you give him a scarier
At
monster?
least use Nosferatu, John.
But you see, that's the
And
whole
his
point
wiener.
is to
And
use
his wiener.
the point is to use a weak, scary meme because being scared of a preseason poll is weak. See?
Okay.
See
All
how it
right.
works?
I mean, yeah, when you explain jokes, it makes them super funny.
Well, I didn't need to explain.
you
it.
did to half
To
the
you.
audience.
No, only to you.
I know.
You're
Count
the only one
Chocula
that
might be
asked.
scarier than that. Is
Nice.
that some Broadway vampire?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So Nebraska, as we mentioned, not ranked.
People forget.
From 1962 to 2002, some call those the glory days.
Yeah, they were
40
good
years
times.
of glory.
Yeah.
Nebraska was
Poll.
in 36 of 41 preseason polls. And remember,
Wow.
there was a few years where the AP only did a top 10. They
I was
didn't
going to
even do
say,
top
so
20.
where do you know off the top of your head the 5 years? I imagine it was probably some of the 60s stuff, like 60, 62, year 1 of Bob.
62, they wouldn't have been.
And then probably in the later years, right before the good old days began, when they were going 6 and 4, maybe those years.
Yeah,
I have to imagine Osborne always started in the top
Yes.
25, and
Yes.
Frank always. So that means they only came in the Bob Devaney era.
Yes.
Wow. That people forget. 02 team started in the top 10.
Yes, they did.
Yikes.
Yes, they did. So 36 of 41 preseason AP appearances.
Patrick writes, I thought it was the Big East Pope, by the way.
That was third most behind Alabama and Ohio State. In
Wow.
that 40
And they were only
period.
behind them by 1. They were behind them by 1.
Since 2003, Nebraska's been ranked in 9 of 23 preseason polls.
And basically all of those were in the earlier part.
Yes.
And I guess the middle part
That's
was
tied
Bo.
for 25th with Stanford and West Virginia.
Mm,
And if you just look at the last 15 years, 2010.
nice.
Thanks, Rob Manfred.
Nice.
2010 to 2025, only 6 of 16.
And
Why did we go from 2010 to 2025? Why
He's-
did the last 15 years?
because he's showing again, it's gotten even worse lately. And I would say this, John, if you did it from 2015 on, I believe it's but one single time.
Well, this is the 6th straight year that Nebraska does not show up in the
Yeah.
preseason top 20.
If I am understanding or remembering everything right, the only time that they have been ranked in the last decade going into the season was in 2019. I do not think they were in 15, and I do not think they were in 16. I would have to go check, but I'm pretty sure in 16 they were not ranked. And I don't think they were in 2017 either, because people didn't really ever buy into Mike Riley.
Well, I could give you an idea here. Preseason, Here's Nebraska.
Fun little website.
You are correct.
Yep. Bad.
So Nebraska was preseason 24th in 2019. They were preseason 22nd in 2014. So from 2015 to present,
One time.
they were only ranked one time.
And in that time, they have only finished ranked once, and that was in 2016.
Mhm.
The team that finished or started unranked got as high as number like 7 or 8, and then went 2-4 to finish the season.
What happened?
Let's see. They lost to Wisconsin in a game that some would say is among the worst groin kick losses of all time. Then they lost 62-3 to Ohio State. Then they won a couple of games against Minnesota and Maryland. And then they lost 40-10 to Iowa and 38-24 to Tennessee. It was bad.
Sounds like it makes sense.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible. John and I were here for all of it.
By the way, I saw this graphic over the weekend.
Is it another vampire?
Yeah.
No, there's no vampires.
I
in
want
this
to suck your blood.
Nebraska has the 7th most seasons appearing at least once in that season as the number 1 ranked team.
And again, a lot of the seasons in recent years have dropped them because it would have been higher.
Right.
Because they were not ranked. Well, they were ranked for a spell last year.
Right. No, this is being ranked number 1.
Oh, my bad.
This
Never
is being
mind.
ranked number 1.
Well, those days are over.
13 different seasons where Nebraska at least spent 1 week at number 1, and I tried to go through the mental Rolodex without looking this up to see if I could identify the 13 different seasons.
13 seasons. Why?
The first time Nebraska was ranked number 1, I believe, was 1965.
Okay.
Then they would not have shown up again until 70
and then 71.
And
obviously.
71. They started 72 as number 1 because they were
They're
going for
the
a
three-peat. Didn't they get to number 1 in one of those early Osborne years?
76, I believe they started the year at number 1.
Okay.
And then you would have had 83,
84.
84. They spent time at number
and they
1.
lost early, right?
Yes. 87, because that was the year of Game of the Century Part 2.
Were they in 88? Were they number 1 in 88?
I don't believe so.
And then do you have to go to 94?
And then 94, 95, 96, 97.
Yep.
And then I also
2000, they started the year number 1 in 2000.
Yes.
And then in 2001, that's 17, right? Or how many years did you say?
Well,
it was?
I have 14 down. So I'm one
I think you just
over.
counted. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it was only 13 times.
It was only 13. So I'm going to look here.
Well, we definitely got all the 90s and 2000 part, right?
Oh, okay.
What did you miss?
Interesting. So 65, Nebraska was first ranked number 1, 1965. They spent, I think, 1 week there. They did not. Oh, that was preseason. Hold on. Where's it at? Oh, here it is. I'm looking in the wrong column. Sorry. So 65, they were number 1. 70, 71, 72, number 1.
73.
76, number 1.
Not 70.
73 now.
No. We already talked about that, yeah.
76.
And then 80.
83, 84, 87.
Did we mess up on 88? We said 88.
No, I didn't.
I thought you counted that with one of your
I
fingers.
I did not.
And then 90, 94,
Then
95, 96, 97.
Right. They were not number 1 in 2001.
So, yeah, it's just 2000.
Just
2000 is the last time.
So 2001.
They were number 1, if I remember right, in the coaches poll and or BCS poll, but they were not in the AP.
Correct.
Miami always was number 1.
Correct.
Congrats to them. They were pretty good that year. Some would say that was the best team ever.
You are correct. Yeah, Nebraska was never number 1 in the AP poll in 2001.
2000, the
So we got
last
them all.
time they played Oklahoma, they lost.
It's a tough look to be the best team at anything in 2001.
Wow. So Miami should apologize.
They should.
Interesting.
They should.
Sorry, Diamondbacks. Give back your trophy.
It's about America, not you.
Stibbs asks, oh, wait, that's not the one. Why is there a vampire on my screen?
I already explained it.
Yeah, Stibbs, you missed it.
Yeah, Stibbs.
Because it's scary.
I want
The
to
AP
suck
poll
your
is
number
scare-
one blood.
It scares people. It should scare Texas because now they're cursed.
I read an article from Texas Monthly this weekend. We talked about it a little bit. What, Nick? Why are you giving me that
How'd you
look?
read an article from Texas Monthly?
So there's this thing called the internet. It is wild.
You were seeking out specifically Texas
Yes, because it was
Monthly?
about Arch Manning. It was really interesting. Stibbs and I talked about this story a little bit on Friday because Archie, the grandpa, has said there's no way he's going to be in the NFL next year. He's coming back. And I was like, this sounds interesting. I want to read the story. I know people hate Texas. I really enjoyed it. I am very excited to watch Arch Manning play football. I'm excited for that game. It's going to be fun. That's my take. I'm excited for Arch Manning. Sue me.
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
I hope he's good. I kind of want him to be good. I decided that.
You want him to be good.
Hook him. Go Texas.
You want another Manning dynasty member to be
I
good
liked
at football?
Peyton. Hated Eli. Have no opinion on Archie. What?
Why does Eli take all?
Because he's an idiot.
Eli got to 2 Super Bowls before anyone else.
Yeah, and he prevented the Patriots from doing something terrible.
Before any of the other Mannings.
No, Peyton got to 2 first. Now he won. Oh, you're saying he won. I thought you meant it like attended.
Yeah, remember. I mean,
Peyton lost one of his.
Eli's undefeated in Super Bowls.
Okay, Josh, think about it like this.
Nick.
Our old coworker, who was a giant Patriots honk, you know him.
I remember him.
How much more insufferable do you think he'd be if it wasn't for Eli Manning?
Yeah. Eli saved us.
Can he get more insufferable?
Eli saved America, you might
I think
say.
you can always get more insufferable.
We could have had a 19-0 team. That would have been so cool. I wanted
No,
it so much.
it wouldn't have been.
That would have been awesome.
Oh,
Remember,
let
they
the
put
Dolphins
a,
keep
they put
their
a
champagne.
statue up this weekend of that guy. He's insufferable.
I know. That statue sucks. Are we talking about that in content? Spoiler alert.
No.
I apologize.
We're not.
Stib says, did I really just throw up the horns?
Of
Hell yeah,
course-
I did.
of course
I'm
he
rooting for Texas.
did.
They're playing Ohio State, Stib.
Josh is big brands guy.
Hook 'em. No, they're playing Ohio State. That's a big brand.
Michigan, Texas.
No, I don't like Texas.
Big brand.
I just like them when they play Ohio State. In 2005, I rooted for Ohio State, but it's not 2005 anymore. It's 2025. Go Horns.
Well, coming up,
Is Texas back?
I read some disturbing stuff this weekend, and I wanted to call out the writer on this. Because I swear that I heard something different from this writer when he was speaking.
Interesting.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Fine wines and spirits destination.
So last week, I recall having a conversation here on this Grum
Before you abandoned us.
about the Cincinnati game and how somebody on this panel said, well, they better win that game because Cincinnati sucks.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
And that same person also said, but I'm on 7-5, to which my argument was, well, I mean, doesn't 7-5 almost have to include a loss to Cincinnati?
I can give you the losses. I'll give you the losses.
And this person gave me the different losses.
Michigan, Minnesota, USC, Iowa, Penn State, 5.
And that's fine.
That was easy.
I will totally
I can give you like
buy
4
that.
more if you want.
I will totally buy that.
Please do.
But
What are
then-
Houston Christian,
but then-
Akron.
So this weekend, I was reading something. I'm not going to promote the website because they're just doing it for the clicks. I'm convinced they're just doing it for the clicks.
Rage bait.
And they're trying to usurp other people's names. They are trying to misappropriate by using other people's names. This person who wrote this story has the same name as you.
What?
Yes.
Somebody is attempting to sabotage me?
It was incredible.
What on earth is that? Now that's a funny graphic, John.
So here are just
I
some
see your
snippets because the title of this hit piece, or actually be
Hit piece.
it's a hit piece with an S in front of it,
Hey!
is called I'm Ready to Hurt Again, Why 2025 Will Be the Long-Awaited Breakthrough Season for Nebraska Football. Note to editor, you might shorten the headline.
No, that's a good headline.
But this there was a 4-pronged reasoning as to why
It's a lot of
this
prongs.
person is ready to be hurt again.
yeah.
This person
This
who
pretend me?
purports,
Basically a
purports
fork.
to use Josh's name.
Mm.
This person wrote, why can't Nebraska enter November 7-1? Full of all sorts of confidence with 50-50 games on the docket versus USC and Iowa, a manageable road game in the Rose Bowl versus UCLA, and the toughest game on the schedule at Penn State in the penultimate week of the season. This
Crap,
person,
that person does a good job of pretending to be me because I love the word penultimate.
this person thinks
Interesting.
Nebraska says,
Pelts on the wall.
why can't Nebraska be 7-1 going into November?
Hard to argue with this amazing, handsome man, John.
Then on to the point number 2, which touted the greatness of one Dylan Raiola. And I'm going to play for you in a little bit. Something that was said by the head coach this weekend that had nothing to do with shadow boxing or ninja or whatever.
What about this punter?
Whatever silly games they were playing today after practice.
Look at his legs.
But we'll play that. We'll play that audio here in just a little bit. But
Okay.
here's from the story,
Okay.
again, by this person who is usurping the name of Josh Peterson. Quote,
Okay.
this is quoting Matt Rule. I thought Dylan was excellent, talking about the scrimmage.
Yeah.
It's scrimmage 1, but Dylan was excellent in the situations. Later, he added, Dylan does things, non-physical things at a really high level, makes the check, reads the defense. And it was hard for me not to buy into this being real. So this person who, again, is using Josh's name is saying, I can't believe that I can believe what I'm hearing. I believe that this time this happy talk is for real. Meanwhile, the on-air Josh Peterson, the real Josh
Should we
Peterson,
link this story so people read it?
you can if you want, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're just doing it for the clicks.
Okay.
The real Josh Peterson, the one that I sit next to every day, questioned me.
Yeah.
When I said, all this talk about the team and having buy-in and taking ownership, I said, I think this sounds real this time. To which the cautious, very, very conservative, because we all think of Josh as being conservative. Josh Peterson said, well, are you sure you can trust them? Are you sure you can trust them? Why is this any different? I don't think this is any different. On to point 3. And point 3, this is a very short and sweet one, but this is about Nebraska's special teams.
I agree with this take. Good take.
There is absolutely no way that they're bad again. None.
They're
Now,
that bad again. You missed a word.
They
that
have a
bad.
guy
That
that
bad
kicks
again.
bananas or something.
I remember the real Josh Peterson, the one that is sitting here in this studio right now, looking into that camera, probably scaring small children.
Hey.
Saying once upon a time, there's no way their special teams can be as bad as they were last year. No way.
Wait, when
Now,
did I-
this was,
when did I
this
say
was-
this?
this was several years ago.
Oh, okay. Well,
and then they
can't-
proceeded to be worse.
We should call the entity that wrote this article Skinwalker Peterson.
I don't know who this is. Finally, to the 4th point. The 4th point declares that the groin kick era is done.
folks.
This person wrote, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid on this one. And it starts with, and I can't believe I'm typing this. Editor's note, I can't believe I'm reading this. The Pinstripe Bowl over Boston College.
Who would ever do that?
Unreal. Some of the things that I read, and this author thinks that Nebraska will go at least 9-3, if not better.
Yeah.
My question for you is,
do I need to sue somebody?
Yeah. Do we need to find the identity of this person who is using your good name in vain and writing these maliciously nice things?
Maliciously nice. I like that. Now, you didn't include, though, the last 2 paragraphs. So that's why I believe, or rather,
are you defending the charlatan?
Why I'd like to believe. Coming next week's 4 reasons why I'm not talking myself into a big 2025. I wanted to do.
So are you saying this was you? Was this you that wrote this?
I might have been drugged.
Is this Scribes Peterson?
Look, I might have been drugged. It was a Sunday afternoon. People have Sunday fun days every week, John, and I might have been enjoying a Sunday fun day myself at the bowling alley.
Interesting.
Kyle, our resident Wisconsin fan, writes, the feel's different, getting stronger by the day. So the purpose behind this, and I led off the very start of the story by mentioning there was an NFL pod by The Athletic, and they did an exercise of this exact ilk. I'm ready to be hurt again, where one more time they were going out on a limb, or what they felt like was a limb, right? With a variety of players or coaches or teams. This is going to be the year that X happens. This is going to be the year that Y happens. And I thought that's pretty interesting, because I know over the years we've done that a million times with Nebraska football around here. So I was trying to figure out, what would that look like if I were to do the exercise? Yeah. And so that's what I did. I am ready to be hurt in all of those ways once more. The schedule is so good. John, the schedule is so enticing. Have you seen who they played this year? Have you seen that SP Plus likes them in 9 of the 12 games? Have you seen that our guy Kelly Ford has them as not only a favorite in 9 of the 12, but like a 60% or more favorite in 9 of the 12 games? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yes,
Why couldn't that happen? Why can't Dylan Raiola take a massive step forward? Why can't the special teams? Of all the things on this list, that's the one that I think I believe in the most now. I am all in on the special teams. And then finally, why can't the Boston College win mean that things are fine? That was a terrible game. They almost lost.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
The first 3
you're all in on?
I can get behind.
Yeah, you're picking them to go 9-3. Of course you are.
I'm not picked anything yet. The last one I think is a bit flimsy.
What? Flimsy? It's as hard as a Knox.
Only because I try not to take too much out of any bowl game.
Fair.
Because bowl games, they just don't mean what they used to. You don't know which teams are really invested in it, which ones aren't. Certainly, I think Nebraska was invested. I do believe that. But I don't know if I can say the same about Boston College. You could also make the argument that you're up 20-2 in the fourth quarter. You shouldn't be blowing leads like that. And maybe
they love almost blowing leads.
Right. So that's the one I'm not ready to go with yet. I need to see them actually.
You want to see them do it in the regular season?
I want to see them do it in the regular season against
Akron.
Against teams that are in their peer group.
Michigan, Minnesota, Iowa.
In a game that means something when the season's on the line.
Very fair.
That's what I want to see. But the other three I can buy into.
Yeah.
The other 3 I can buy into. Yes, I believe the schedule is pretty doggone manageable. They should be 3-0 going up against Michigan. I already believe Nebraska's going to win that game. I think they're going to win it by 2 scores. I don't believe in Michigan this year. So I definitely believe that
the schedule is manageable.
That the schedule is
especially if you
manageable.
view Michigan as a dub.
Well, and I can still acknowledge 3-1. They should be at worst 3-1.
If they meant a loss to Cincinnati or a loss in one of the other 2, and then a win over Michigan would be
what I'm saying is they should at least be 3-1, acknowledging that Michigan will be favored against them and will have a better than 50% chance of winning that game. Personally, I don't think Nebraska will lose that game, but I understand. I'm just calling my shot on that one. They should be 3-1 heading into Michigan State. Then they get an idle week. They should be 4-1. They should be 4-1 before they ever have to go to a hostile road environment. And by hostile, I'm using air
Wait,
quotes.
what? Yeah, hostile.
Because it's at
Maryland.
Maryland.
Interesting. You have a different definition of hostile.
Well, that's why I'm using air quotes.
Hostile.
Something
Air
that's
quotes.
kind of bugging me a little bit
Uh-oh.
about the people that are getting so stoked about this. You're shocking me a little bit.
Now remember, this was an exercise.
I understand it was an exercise.
And he was on one.
Does
Sunday Funday, Nick.
Oh, that's right.
Sunday Fun Day. Does the cupcakiness of the schedule take away some of the shine?
It better not. Beggars can't be choosers.
The
This
only
program, who cares?
The only way it takes off the shine is if you lose the games that you shouldn't.
100%.
Because that's been one of the biggest problems in our will win, might win, should win, could win, exercise. Nebraska has annually lost a game that we put collectively in the will win.
Yikes.
The will win column.
Remember
Tough.
Georgia
A
Southern?
game that's at least a 75% chance
I do, Nick.
of winning. Nebraska has managed to lose at least one of those games.
Don't apologize for wins. We don't apologize for wins in the NFL. We don't apologize for wins
I know
in
you
college
don't
football.
apologize for wins, but like earning a win and winning are two different things.
Nick, but it's a program that is learning how to walk. You got to walk. It's fine. Indiana shouldn't apologize for last year. Nebraska shouldn't apologize if they go 9-3 and every team sucks.
I mean, sure,
I don't care.
we can revisit this conversation if we're going into Michigan week and Nebraska has 3 narrow victories.
Well, yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
But
I'm just saying, if you get to the end of the year 9-3, as long as you didn't lose by a combined 800 points in the 3 losses, I really don't care. But it's a team that and a program that needs to learn how to do that.
Sure.
It's different than other eras of football. Couple comments. Jimmy writes, John does not like Nebraska sports. Why is he being positive about their record? I love how people just think you hate everything Nebraska.
I do. I absolutely hate it.
Theo writes, over under on number of games until JP and JB turn heel versus Rule equals 5. Are we out on Matt Rule by the time they're playing Maryland, John?
If Nebraska's 3-1 heading into the idle week and they have narrow victories over Akron and Houston Christian and they lost to Michigan, sure, I'll turn heel. Why not?
Nice. Mitchell says Georgia Southern would
That's
like.
my way of also saying they're not going to have close victories over Akron and HC.
Mitchell says Georgia Southern would like to have a word about our cupcake schedule. Yes, again, I understand that. But like, if you can't view the schedule and say, yeah, on paper it looks manageable, then
but
you can still have that and say, but I'm also worried that they're going to lose.
Those
they
years
always
were
do.
manageable schedules too. The problem was they didn't have a team that can manage it.
Bingo.
So the question boils down to this: do you believe Nebraska has a team to manage it?
We'll find out.
They seem to think they do.
Tony writes, why do we look at the bowl game as they almost blew a 20-2 lead? Why don't we look at BC as a good team too? They were in the bowl game, tried to come back, and Nebraska locked down at the end and broke the streak of losing close games. It showed growth. It can be both. Why do we look at it as Nebraska almost blew it? Because they were up by 18, and they got the ball back after Boston College first touchdown of the game and had a blocked punt that everybody saw coming, and it almost led to them melting down. Like, that's why.
Sure.
And because that's what the program has done. Like,
sure.
It's been in their past. That said, and what I tried to do was say, but they did hold on to win. And they got multiple first downs on that final drive. They got 40-plus yards. Now, they got some help by the officials in Boston College being idiots, but they still got it done. And so that's how I viewed it, as it almost was horrible, and then it turned out to be okay.
Right. And
that's why.
I understand where you're coming from. That's the one I have the hardest problem with.
Totally fine.
A, because it was a bowl game, and B, good teams don't blow leads like that.
Yeah, 18 with under 9 minutes.
I want to see Nebraska do it. I want to see Nebraska with this. There was a stat. Where did I think I put it down somewhere on this sheet? Where last season Nebraska had the ball with less than 4 minutes left, with either behind by a score or tied.
Oh, it's this Jumanji horrible graphic of doom.
Right, but this was last year, and Nebraska went 0-4 in those games.
Yeah.
Nebraska went 0-4 in those games.
Yeah, with a chance to take the lead and win the game or tie the game. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got the Iowa game in the closing game. You have the Illinois game early on in the season. Those are two that come to my mind immediately. You have the Ohio State game late, and then
you have UCLA.
or USC.
USC. I'm sorry, not UCLA.
Yeah, exactly.
And they failed.
Yeah, because that's what they've been doing over the last handful of years.
So that's what I want. I want to see at least presuming there would be 4 more of those this year, I would want to see at least 2 of those 4 go in Nebraska's favor for me to start thinking that the groin kick era is done. And actually, it would just elevate up to another groin kick level of losing big games.
Yes, which is the ultimate prize.
Fashion, right?
Yeah.
These are losing games against mediocre, or not mediocre, but less than top tier competition.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see. At least a couple of those go Nebraska's way. Coming
For sure.
up next, we're going to switch gears and talk some Wildcat football. Kansas State was in the preseason top 25. Wyatt Thompson, the voice of the Wildcats, will join us next as we continue our march towards the start of the season. Some call it a countdown. It's 25 teams and 25 grums on 1620 The Zone.
Countdown is on.
Blitz off the edge. Johnson eludes the rush. Falls. Touchdown, Wildcats. And he does the Deion Sanders dance. Sanders gets it out over the middle, overthrows him, and right into the arms of the safety for the interception. Payne brings it out to the 25.
Neal, the running back, tackled near his own goal line and driven backwards. And a safety for K-State. And the Wildcats have their first lead.
Creases the Knights, and he's going to score. What a run. 65 yards for Dylan Edwards and a touchdown.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
They were number 17 in the newly released preseason AP Top 25. Some believe they are the favorites in a wide open Big 12 race. They are the Kansas State Wildcats, and the voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, joins us here live on the Grum. Wyatt, good to see you. Good to have you on.
Well, it's great to be with you guys. Boy, we are getting close. We leave actually a week from Wednesday to go to Dublin, Ireland to play Farmageddon. I can't wait, man. I think we got two really good teams. How do you not love Farmageddon in week 0, right? Let's do it. Let's go.
I agree.
It's going to be awesome.
I agree. I think it's a great opening game for us to start. You may not get this reference, Wyatt, but our listeners will. Chris Kleiman, don't kick onside up 14.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Just
don't do it.
But Kansas State, I mean, we mentioned they're among the contenders for the Big 12 this year. There have been so many years where they have been on the cusp. Even last year, got off to the great start. Folks thought, hey, this might be the Big 12's team to get into the playoff. It didn't happen. A lot of folks think that Kansas State might be overdue to finally break through and get into the playoff now that it's a 12-teamer. What are the expectations like on the ground this year in Manhattan?
Off the charts high. Let's just be honest. They've got a lot of starters back, both sides of the ball. They're not without loss. I mean, if you watch some football this weekend at the next level, you saw DJ Giddens play in Indianapolis, Jacob Parrish playing with the Tampa Bay Ball Club. I know Will Howard's hurt right now, and he's a former Wildcat, a year removed, of course. There's a lot of guys out there, but you know what? With what is back, and in particular Avery Johnson, expectations are high. I think if this team doesn't win maybe close to double digits and be a team that vies for a Big 12 championship and even a playoff berth, some of our fans are going to be disappointed, to be honest with you. I think Avery's a better player now than he was a year ago. They've got more pieces around him offensively. I think the two questions about this team is, can they retool the offensive line? Notice I said retool, not rebuild, because they've got some guys there. And then replacing those two corners who had been here a long time, Jacob Parrish with the Bucks, as I mentioned, and Keenan Garber played a lot of football here. So you can see why the expectations are high, John. No question about it.
Wyatt, I want to ask you about Avery Johnson, because I remember last year at this time, there was so much excitement, so much hype for him. There were some people who were wondering if it was kind of a mutual understanding with Will Howard, like, hey, it's time for you to move on because we're ready for what our future is to be. His highs were very high. His lows were pretty low as well. How does he become more of a consistent quarterback throughout 2025?
Great question, and I think it's the question that all K-State people are asking at this particular point. I think what I would tell you, Josh, to be real honest with you, is that I believe he's better in every way. And that goes all the way down to nutrition and weight training and all of the other things with go with being a good football player, the want to, all of those kind of things. He's 18 pounds more muscle mass than he was a year ago, running at the same speed. Here's what I think is the deal. I want to put this into perspective for you guys and your listeners, how good he was as a sophomore. He was the first to say, had I been better, we would have been better. But think about this. First K-State sophomore ever to throw 25 touchdown passes or more. And in K-State's 9 wins, touchdowns to interceptions, 21-4. So if he plays well, this is a darn good football team. And there's no reason to think that he won't be better this year because of his growth and development. He has a new offensive coordinator in Matt Wells, who he has a great relationship with. All of those things, as you guys know, matters a lot.
Wyatt Thompson, the voice of Kansas State, joining us. K-State, our team in 25 teams and 25 grums. You mentioned DJ Giddens off to Indianapolis now. He had 2 straight seasons of at least 1,200 yards. Dylan Edwards, Joe Jackson are the guys that are going to be looking to take up the slack. Is the goal to find the actual one-to-one replacement, or would it be more by tandem how Kansas State gets the running back yards this year?
I love the question. It's only about the second or third time I've been asked that, and I think it is, let's be honest, K-State may do a few things a little bit differently with Avery and Matt Wells this time, but they're not going to change who they are. They want to run. They want to be tough and physical. And I think the honest answer, John, is I think you could have the possibility with Avery, Dylan, and also Joe Jackson maybe you have 3 500-yard rushers or you have 3 700-yard rushers, as opposed to a guy that's going to go out and do what DJ did. You know what? I believe, I'm not sure how closely you guys follow Big 12 football, but he was as good as most guys out there, both in the run game and in the pass game, and they'll miss that. They have pieces. I think they're going to be good there, but boy, he was a special talent. And following Deuce Vaughn, I'm going to say he was real good.
Wyatt, speaking of special talents, Jace Brown had close to 1,000 yards receiving last year, had over 100 in the Iowa State game with 2 touchdowns in the regular season finale. There's also some new receivers coming in via the transfer portal. What do you like with the wide receiver group this year?
Size and depth. That's the simplest answer there. And the size guys are 2 guys that I think will make the situation where everybody around Avery can help him more than what we saw a year ago. Jace can really play. We mentioned those running backs. Probably should throw Devon Rice in there because I think he will have some work to do from the running back room. But those 2 veteran guys that they got in the portal, Jaron Bradley, who's played in the Big 12 before, he was at Texas Tech, so Matt Wells knows him. But the guy who's probably been as good a receiver as K-State has since all the way back to last spring is the Tibbs kid from Purdue. Really, really put together, has excellent hands. I'm so impressed with how he came in and fit in. K-State's done a really good job of plug and play guys in multiple positions in the Kleiman era. And I think this young man is going to be another one of those. He's really, really rock solid. Glad to have him.
Wyatt Thompson, voice of the Wildcats. You mentioned in the outset, it's retooling the offensive line. What's going to be the key, either individual or position, that's going to tell us whether or not this is a retooling or if it's in need of a rebuild?
Yeah, it's a great point because here's the thing that I do like. They do have some veteran guys that have been around the block and know what K-State football is all about in terms of the offensive line. Sam Hecht is one of the more undervalued centers in our league, to be frank about that. Taylor Portier comes back for year number 7. Yeah, you heard that right. Year number 7. He missed 2 years with ACL tears, one knee and then the other. And I'm so excited he came back for another year. That's going to be so cool. We have a young man in our program that probably could start in a lot of programs, not only just a year ago, but 2 years ago too, Andrew Lanegang, and I think he'll be in there. But again, I mentioned those plug-and-play type guys. We've got transfers from, USC, Pitt, Penn State, Ohio State. If those guys are what the coaches think they are, and from what we've seen so far, I think it is more retooling than rebuilding. But it's a great point, John.
Wyatt, looking at the defense, there's some experience in the linebacking room with Desmond Purnell, Austin Romaine. Like, how good can this duo be for that position group this season?
Well, I love the question because Austin Romaine was as good as anybody at his position last year, according to Pro Football Focus. And you can take that how you want, but he learned from some really good players and was forced into duty as a true freshman when Daniel Green got hurt and basically missed the rest of the season with a pectoral muscle issue. And he has just hit the ground running ever since. Just great instincts as a football player. I think Desmond Purnell is maybe the most undervalued guy on our football team. And I think that's a strength for K-State with not only those guys, but with some depth there. They have a transfer from Ohio State in that position too. You hope Asa Newsome comes back there and is really, healthy for one. And if he is that, I think they'll be in good shape because you've got other guys there that have been in the program now a couple of 2 or 3 years, like a Rex Van Wy. One guy that comes back for a 6th year too, and is a special team stud, and that's Bo Palmer. So there are guys there, no doubt about it.
Talking with Wyatt Thompson, the voice of Kansas State, our team today in 25 teams and 25 grums. When I look at the 2 deep on the defensive line, 5 of the 6 that I'm looking at on this depth chart are at least juniors. So there's a lot of veteran experience there, but I'm curious, what is expected of that group as, they are the front line of defense?
Well, I think the expectations there are every bit as high from the coaches as what we talked about with the offense. And the reason is because you've got Damon Elalio back, Uso Seumalo back, It's going to be hard to replace a guy like Brendan Mott, but in that defensive end rotation, they love Ryan Davis. They love Toby Osunsami. They are expecting big things out of Chidi Obiizor and guys like that. High level, but you got to do it, right? And it's their time. And I think we can expect good things from those fellas, to be honest.
By the way, kudos to you. I mean, you got some interesting names to pronounce on the defensive line.
Yeah, there are a few. Yeah, especially Chidi Obiizor and Toby Osunsami. You got to admit, man, those guys have to be on the Big 12 all-name team, right?
Absolutely.
That's right up there with Cam Scadaboo or anybody you can name, right?
That's right.
Wyatt, going
100%.
back to the start of the conversation, I kind of a big picture question, but like the pressure of that week 0 game for both sides, I think is really interesting. Of course, we're going to remember it from the 2022 Nebraska Northwestern game or Illinois the year before. That week 0 game against a division or a conference opponent, knowing like, oh my gosh, if we lose this, we're suddenly in last place for at least a few weeks. That has to be good though, right? That they got to hit the ground running and be ready to go to start off the 2025 season.
You said it perfectly. And that's, I think, how both teams are looking at this. Does it end the season if you don't win? No. But think about what it would mean if you do this. And that means take a very long trip, win against one of your big rivals, and it really sets the tone because K-State comes back and they'll have home games against North Dakota and Army, who won 11 games a year ago. And then the next one is a Friday night non-conference game at Arizona. Remember that, right? That was a home and home agreed to before they came into the Big 12. And hey, at the end of the day, if you look at the schedules, K-State, if they're going to get to Arlington and Iowa State too, they're going to earn it because of the road games, right? Even if you take Iowa State, K-State from Dublin out of it, K-State's got to go to Kansas. They've got to go to Waco. They've got to go to Utah. All of those kind of games are hard. And you got Tech at home and many others. So I don't think there's a nickel's worth of difference between the top 5 or 6 teams in this league, if I'm being honest. One thing that they stressed at Big 12 Media Days in Dallas back in July, you've got 9 really quality quarterbacks back in this league with 16 teams playing. That says a lot. I think the league is going to be darn good and darn hard.
Yeah.
Wyatt, we always finish up these segments with some rapid fire questions. Are you ready?
Great. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Let's hit it.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
Wyatt, the most important player this year for Kansas State.
Avery Johnson. Easy.
Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute.
Oh, wow. That is a really, really good one. I'm probably going, this will be a little bit out there, I suppose, but I'm going to pick Jerron Tibbs, the player from Purdue, the receiver. I think he could be really, really good and a difference-making guy. And when you pair him with Jace Brown, I like what I see.
What's the floor for expectations this year?
The floor, I think you got to win. With this group, with the way they're coached, I think you got to go out and at least win 9. That's honestly what I believe.
The thing you love most about this year's team?
Honestly, I mean this sincerely. I don't know that we have the vocal leaders that we've had in most recent times, and by that I mean the last couple of years, but we've got about 10 or 12 guys that are rock solid, and I think they are all in. Usually at this time, you're in camp, and it's like, we've hit a little bit of a camp wall or whatever. These guys are so geeked to get on a plane a week from Wednesday, they can't hardly stand themselves, man. And you can see that those guys are the reason why, whether it's Avery, Dylan Edwards, Austin Romaine. I haven't even mentioned VJ Payne, and that dude's one of the best safeties in America. So, yeah, I think those guys, if they do what they're supposed to do, I like the makeup of this group.
What's the thing that worries you most about this team?
Well, staying healthy for one. That's always the biggest thing. And then just handling the opening here, I think, right? It is a long trip. It's going to be a blast. But, hey, we get in there. I mean, we fly from Kansas City to Dublin, get in there at 8:30 in the morning on Thursday, and the next thing you know, you're playing on Saturday night. So handle your surroundings. And Coach Snyder used to say, all we can handle is between the white lines. That's on us. And I think even though Coach is no longer around on a daily basis, I think Kleiman kind of coaches the same way. Let's go show who we are and what we do, and hopefully that's good enough.
Regular season prediction record.
I know the schedule's hard, but I do like this team. I'm just going to maybe some will be mad at me when I say this. Some will be disappointed. I'm going to say at least 10-2. I really like this team. Yeah.
Who's your conference champion pick?
Well, it would not surprise me if we saw, like, are you guys believers in Arizona State? I know they have to replace Scottaboo, but I love their quarterback. They have more people back in the league. But would you be wrong if you said K-State, Arizona State, or if you said, say, somebody like Baylor and Tech? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And finally, to me, 3 teams to win the national title this year.
Oh, boy. You may be surprised that I say this, but I really think Penn State has an outside shot. Okay. So I'll start them at 3. And then I'm probably going to say you can't not pick Georgia as one of the 3 just on skill set and coaching, right?
Yep. And
after that, I don't know. I'll probably just throw out I'll say Ohio State just because, I'm good friends with Will Howard, and I know how many good football players they have up there.
A lot of them.
100%. And hey, we've got a couple of their transfers here, so I know their depth. So those will be the 3 I say today.
Wyatt, have a great trip. Be careful out there, and we look forward to an exciting year of K-State and Big 12 football.
You guys are awesome the way you do this, by the way. Nice to be on with you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Wyatt. Have a great day.
You guys.
Wyatt Thompson, the voice of Kansas State. Josh, let's bring up the schedule. Oh, sorry. And, that Iowa State game, man, and we all saw what happened, how that week 0 game can either be a great launching pad or the start of a snowball ride downhill. Now, the good news
and
is,
they played, by the way, in week 1, which Nebraska did as well after that 2022. So no rest.
And by the way, Army.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Army at home.
Yeah.
You got to be disciplined. You got to be able to defend that wing bone attack that they have.
Yep.
That can be a tricky game. Oklahoma found that out a few years ago.
Absolutely.
Then at Arizona. I mean, the month of September may tell us if K-State's for real or not.
Yeah,
they could easily come out of this month, and I'm saying month because Iowa State's technically in August.
Yeah.
They could come out of the first 4 games 2-2.
Or feeling really, really good.
Or feeling really good.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it all the time whenever the Big 12 comes up. The depth is pretty incredible. There's a lot of good teams in it. I love, and because, by the way, they play the week 0 game, they get an extra off week in there. So they're going to have 3 of them this year. So they play 3 games off, 3 games, or 4 games off, 3 games off, 2 off, and then the 3 more. That at Kansas, Texas Tech, 2 swing at the late stages of October is awesome. Texas Tech is the team that I am most intrigued by in the conference this year. It's a tough schedule, but it's a really good team, and they have an awesome coach, obviously, in Kleiman.
Yes, they do. Big 12 is going to be fun watching this year.
Yeah, it really will be. It really
fun
will be.
Watching because, there's some teams at the top that if things click right, they could be really good.
Mm-hmm.
Or this could be a jumbled mess where there's 6 teams fighting for 2 spots at the end of the season.
Text from the 402, how did you guys pick the 25 teams for 25 grums? It was a combination of Nebraska's opponents.
So there's 12.
And then conference contenders in each league is what we decided to do.
11 because we didn't do Houston Christian.
We didn't do Houston
We didn't do Houston Christian.
So we didn't want to just do the usual top 25. So we wanted to find, hey, who are 2 or 3 teams in the Big 12? Who are 2 or 3 teams in the SEC? Who are 2 or 3 teams not playing Nebraska in the Big 10?
Yep.
Which is why we will talk Oregon and we will talk Ohio State, even though they're not on Nebraska's schedule.
Correct.
Why we talk Kansas State, et cetera, et cetera. We have Clemson coming up this week as well, if I remember right, among other teams. So that's what we were doing.
Yeah, the other teams this week, USC, who is a Nebraska opponent on the schedule, Tuesday, that's tomorrow. Ole Miss will be Wednesday. UCLA will be Thursday. And Clemson will be on Friday.
By the way, I just had somebody point this out. Totally forgot to mention this game. Against the opponent or the coach that shall not be named, John, on September 27th. That is a Nebraska idle week. And the person asked me under a half a Nebraska media member in attendance. The game is in Manhattan, Kansas, which is like a 3-hour drive. Over.
Yeah, there'll be someone there.
John will be there. Boots on the ground journalism.
No,
that's why we call you Boots Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I will not be there.
Tony points it out. 16 for 16. Nice work, Nick.
Thank
Wow. This is like Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak.
Boy, don't put that kind of pressure on him.
It'd be a real shame, Nick, for this to come to an end tomorrow.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman still to come and more. Stay right there at 1620 The Zone. Well, last Friday, Troy Dannon got out in front of the media and basically did a state of the athletic department address.
Yeah, he did.
Was it a state of the address, or does he spit in the face of everybody?
Let's find out, shall we?
Well, here's what he had to say about the Memorial Stadium project.
Continuing, basically looking at east, west, north, and south in totality. This week, the chancellor sent a note out talking about the structural deficit of the university. The president's spoken about some of the system-wide financial issues. There's going to be a lot of trauma ahead. We're not going to take anything to the board for their approval, and I don't know when we will. But the time is not now in the midst of what I would almost level some degree of crisis on campus, consternation at the very least, crisis at the very most. Now's not the time to debut a big capital project. But we're going to continue to work on the plans. We're going to continue to fine-tune the financial model. And at whatever point in time I think we can comfortably take it back, we'll take it back.
So no immediate plans for renovating Memorial Stadium. And the reason is really it's optics. The university currently is at $25 million plus budget deficit that they have to make up. And what Dannon is saying there is, well, we could probably move forward with what we want to do, but how would it look when we're, spending at least, and this is my estimate, $500 million.
And it's probably more than that.
When the university is facing budget shortfalls.
Yeah.
And this isn't the first time, by the way, that the athletic department is held back on a major project because of the optics of the situation. I mean, there was plans to do some work on the stadium back in the early 2000s, and then 9/11 hit. And there have been other times where maybe some university shortfalls have kind of held back at doing some things. This will be the largest capital improvement project in the history of the university. Whenever it is they take on Memorial Stadium, it will be the largest. And now holding it off at least, I would say at least a year, is going to make up. It's going to make it even more expensive.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you gathered this or took in this news, but I took in this news as I was also reading from Scott Docterman over the weekend, who wrote about how the Big Ten is looking into venture capital. And it does make me wonder if and when the time comes that Troy Dannon and the athletic department come forward with their plan and how to finance it, would it surprise you if there would be some venture capital involved?
It definitely wouldn't. And I think a lot of different things have to be on the table in terms of fundraising, whether it's the usual hat in hand to your donors, whether it's that, certainly naming rights. I would imagine when this happens, if and when this happens, that naming rights will be involved. It's pretty interesting how this project, it keep getting kicked down the road, and it's always going to be more expensive than it was yesterday. The cost of everything is always going to go up, and you just wonder. And I know, there's a good critique to be had about Trev's plan, that it was way undershot. It was not going to cost only whatever the number was, $500 million. It was going to end up being more, and that's fair. But the longer you wait, the higher this goes. And I just can't imagine that they can do this forever. They're going to have to make a decision about this stadium, and if they want it to be the future for the next X amount of decades, because that's the goal, right? They don't want to move on yet, But as Jed points out, every time we talk about this, one of the old guard programs in the Big Ten or in college football that has a 100-ish-year-old stadium eventually is going to move on. Who is the first, and does that open the floodgates then where everybody else is like, all right, time for us to do the same?
And that's why I mentioned the venture capital, where you're getting investors to buy in. And even though the Big Ten is the richest conference, when you want to do these major projects, it's one thing to spend $100 or $200 million on a weight room, which is basically what Nebraska did with the Go Big project. This is that times at least 3, maybe 4, maybe 5.
Yeah, it's expensive, man. It's
depending on how bold you want to be, because the idea was that whatever this renovation was going to be, it was going to keep the stadium relevant or usable. And by that, I not only mean as a functional facility, but also as a money-making facility for the next 50 years.
Yeah.
That is a big, especially when you've got the Broncos are talking about replacing their stadium already. The Falcons have already replaced theirs.
Stadiums last 20-something years
Stadiums
now.
Don't seem to last as long as they used to.
It's about 25 years now.
I know in college it's different because they have so many older facilities and maybe the needs aren't quite the same as they are in the professional ranks. But the more this sport starts to mirror its professional counterpart, the more you're going to see the facilities, in this case, the stadiums, mirroring what they have in the NFL. The reason why the Broncos want a new stadium, They want all the same bells and whistles and gadgets and money-making devices that they have in Dallas, that they have in Los Angeles, that they have in New York, and that they're building in Buffalo and in Tennessee and eventually in Chicago. And that same mindset is going to go into whatever plans are made for Memorial Stadium, and that does not come cheap.
And, of course, hey, if we put a dome, we get the Super Bowl and a Final Four and all of those types of things. Concerts, more indoor concerts. You can do stuff year-round.
So hold off, we'll say. Hold off on the – so for those of you in South Stadium, congrats. You can still walk up and down 90-plus flights of stairs to go get your $12 Mick Ultras.
But
it's gonna be like this way forever.
At least my family can keep the seats that we've had for generations now, right?
That's true.
I guess.
That's true.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us, and we can talk to him about this and about what the scrimmage brought out last weekend. Also his story on Dylan Raiola, who's getting a lot of attention here in the last few days. Stay right there. Unsportsmanlike conduct continues on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline this afternoon. Mitch, how was your weekend? Would you have to pick up any storm damage?
Thanks for asking. Hope all is good. I know Lincoln got it worse. I was up early, like most of Eastern Nebraska on Saturday, and no, we had just some minor tree stuff. So nothing here of significance. Kept all the water out of the house, which is an improvement over last summer. And then, as I made my way to Lincoln on Saturday, it seemed to kind of get worse. The further I went down I-80 and talking to people around Lincoln, it sounds like a lot of big trees down. So I hope all the power's back by now. And then we got another round on Saturday night. I got a lot of rain on Saturday night, I'll tell you that.
I think we're getting some more this week.
Welcome to the
Great.
rainy season.
Yeah, turn off the sprinklers.
Sprinklers have been off since June.
Yeah, seriously. We've gotten so much rain. It's been nice in that regard, I guess.
Well, while Mother Nature's getting angry, it seems like Husker Happy Talk season.
Wow.
Husker Happy Talk season's getting a little happier around these parts, at least, judging what I was able to watch from afar with Matt Rule's post-scrimmage press conference. Are you sensing that the Happy Talk season's getting a little happier right now?
Yeah, it takes me back a little bit to Big Ten Media Days and a conversation that I had with Matt Rule about the importance for him through. I think this is just kind of not a shift so much as just like a little bit of a movement in the emphasis of what Matt Rule is setting out to do when he establishes a tone around Nebraska football. He came into Big Ten Media Days and there was a fair amount of negativity, and some of it, as you remember, went back to Big 12 Media Days and some things that were said about Nebraska, and Rule has had a real point this August. I think you'll see it continue. Things can be shaped by outcomes of games, and it's tough to be extremely optimistic if the team isn't playing well. But you can definitely see it this month, and I'll say it's going to last through the month. You're going to see him selling his program. You're going to see him promoting his players. You're going to see him speaking in a positive way every opportunity that he gets. So that, I think, bleeds into the press conferences and the way that he talks about various position groups and individual players. And you definitely see it too in these videos that they're not producing after just about every practice, with Rule on the mic and highlighting different aspects of what's going on behind the scenes.
Mitch, speaking of promoting players, I found the way he talked about Dylan Raiola at the post-scrimmage availability on Saturday quite interesting. And it also came on the heels of your piece that went up on Friday that was titled "Dylan Raiola Enters Year 2 to Less Fanfare, but is Nebraska's quarterback poised to break out." What did you make of the way that he talked about it? Because I have to imagine that you were like, nice, that fits in pretty much with exactly what I was going for on Friday.
Definitely with the John Butler conversation.
Yes.
And that's how I love my story in talking about the relationship between Raiola and Butler and just how, and getting a chance to talk with John on the side last week after his press conference about Dylan and that topic. I encourage people to read the article, but like just a taste of what he said is that it's not common what Dylan is doing in trying to break things down defensively. There's a lot of dialogue going on between the DC and the quarterback. And, Butler has experienced some of that at the NFL level, but it's not something that is all that common in his view with a college sophomore. So yeah, Rule backed that up and took it farther and talked about the way that Dylan sets the tone offensively, especially for the other quarterbacks in the group, and that there may be some things that they're doing in practice now, expectations that they set for themselves, plays that it's just expected that they're supposed to execute that might not, it may not be like that if they didn't have someone with the high bar in front of them that Dylan had set. Like I think that, to paraphrase Rule, it was like Dylan's out there doing it, so these other guys just expect that they should do it too. And he's not necessarily talking about like the physical achievements that Raiola crosses off the list at every practice. Like if Dylan makes a 55-yard pass across the field, like Jalen Gramstad is not out there next guy up trying to do that. It's more, I think, the diagnosis of the game, like the way that they look at the offense and to a certain extent the defense too, and breaking things down, both on the field and off the field.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. When describing Nebraska's offense in the scrimmage, Matt Rule said they were really efficient. It was, in fact, really, really, really efficient. 3 reallys in there. Obviously, some of that comes from Dylan, but what do you make of it when it comes to the offense beyond just Dylan?
Well, you hope it's not at the expense of the defense being inefficient. So we'll see this week as we get more into camp, and I don't believe Butler's back on the list to talk to until next week, but we'll hear from Mike Eckler tomorrow, which is going to be great, and then more offensive talk at the end of the week. But that things are going to come up about the defense, and the offense is having a good camp. I think we can draw that conclusion here as we get closer to the middle of August. And it's not that I'm not concerned about the defense, and I don't think there was any reason to take that away from what Butler had to say last week. But yeah, it's been a good camp for the offense, and I think the offense is a little bit ahead. And for the first time in Matt Rule's stay at Nebraska, that was maybe the expectation coming in, because Dana Holgorsen took this thing over in early November, and he had a head start, I suppose you could say, on John Butler in getting things ready for 2025. And there's just a level of what you expect about the Holgorsen offense to look like, especially with the second-year starter at quarterback. Like there's a lot of, I think, upward momentum around the offense right now. So that's, if you want to like really step back and take a 30,000-foot view of what has gone on at Nebraska camp this month, I think it's that the offense is meeting the challenge from what it looks like this was expected of the team as a whole coming into this month.
Mitch, a follow-up on that. Like Holgorsen aside, what is the biggest thing that you think Nebraska has going for itself in terms of surrounding Dylan Raiola? Do you think it's Emmett Johnson? And I would say the running game as a whole, but in particular him. Is it the wide receiver room and the upgrade that you think we've seen there, or is it the offensive line? Like, what's the biggest reason on that side of the ball beyond Holgorsen and Raiola, in your opinion, to expect that big of an uptick?
O-line. I think they have a chance to have the best O-line in Nebraska in the last 2 coaching regimes. So, and maybe even the last 3. So Riley, Frost, and Rule. And it's not like Nebraska's had a ton of great teams there. They've had really just one good team. And last year was the bowl team that had a lot of warts, but, found a way to get to 7 wins. So, I think this is a different kind of line with the experience that they've got. I mean, they are very solid on the interior with Spindler, Evans, and Lutovsky. Very, very solid. Like that's as solid of a group as Nebraska's had on the offensive interior in maybe a decade, or longer, possibly. You maybe have to go back to like the Spencer Long time to find, and they haven't done anything yet. Like I get it, but all of these guys have done it at different places. Spindler's done it at Notre Dame. Evans has been a very good guard. Lutovsky's been coming for, the better part of a year now, and he's got a lot of experience, and just look at him. Like, he's a good player. And they have options at tackle. And even if they were to sustain an injury, knock on wood, they've had a lot of injuries in recent years at tackle, but and some of them have been devastating. Even if something like that were to happen, which it hasn't, they're in good shape because they have, I think, 4 who can play those 2 positions and like are ready to play at like a starting caliber level. And for the most part, those players are experienced too. Tyler Knack doesn't have as much experience, but He's entering year 3 at Nebraska after coming from Utah. So with Prohaska and Elijah Pritchett and his experience at Alabama, and Gunnar Gatula starting last year as a redshirt freshman, it's not the same as the interior of the line, which is the core of that group, but it's pretty good, especially in comparison to what Nebraska's had in recent years. So to me, that it starts, a great offense starts, or a good offense, let's just go there with Nebraska first, starts with the offensive line play and, of course, the quarterback. So if you ask me, what makes me feel most confident about the offense to take a jump with Dylan running the show, it's definitely the offensive line.
You hinted at it earlier saying, hey, we just hope it doesn't mean that there are bad things for the defense when the offense is performing so well in the scrimmage. But Rule did talk about they still need to work on tackling. When you hear things like that, does it give you a little pause about the defense, at least to start the season?
Well, you wonder. I mean, I guess I go back to what Rule has said repeatedly about himself and kind of self-scouting, is that his teams always play good defense. And I don't think that he is going to walk into a season overly worried about a defense just because he's going to figure it out. And he has Phil Snow. Coaches can't all do it. I mean, it's not about the coaches. It's about the players. And they have players. Nebraska has players on defense, undoubtedly. There are more guys on the practice field walking around right now who are ready to be a starter, be a starting level player in the Big Ten on the defensive side than Nebraska's had in the previous 2 years under Matt Rule. So it's just a matter, and I get it, they are not as strong up front as they were a year ago. They knew they were going to take a step back in terms of experience and just readiness to go and play an entire game up front. They're going to have to bring that front along. And I know that the defensive front guys say they're taking offense to that kind of talk. They're going to play with a chip on their shoulder. Great, they should. Riley Van Poppel's no slouch. He's a big man, and Elijah Judy looks really good too. So does Cam Lenhart. We've heard all kinds of stuff about Keona Davis, and he is a physical specimen. But they don't have a ton of experience there, and they don't have really all that much depth as far as what we know about the guys who are behind them. There's names, there's some promise, there's some excitement about some of those younger players, but it's the first 4 that they're going to have to lean on, I think, early in the season. Otherwise, on the defense, the secondary is very solid and it's deep. And the linebackers, all of those spots, the inside spots and the jack, especially the jack, are just filled up with players who they just have to be creative in the ways that they create lineups and try to find mismatches. They have the players to put 11 really strong athletes on the field that want to do the things that John Butler wants this defense to do. It's a matter of finding the right combinations and not getting burned because, whatever, you got outfoxed by another coach on the offensive side.
Mitch, speaking of leaning on players or position groups, I mean, it seems like Nebraska might have the greatest punter in the history of mankind with Archie Wilson. And I say that in mostly jest, but the way in which Rule is talking about him, I mean, I don't think I've ever been excited for a punt before, but I am getting weirdly excited for the first time that he comes onto the field at Arrowhead Stadium in 2.5 weeks.
It's bound to be a disappointment, right?
Yes, it is.
He may just bomb a 45-yard punt, and you're going to look at it and go,
"That's it."
What's that? I thought this guy was going to punt it 80 yards and banana ball it at the 1 or something, whatever that means. But I mean, every time he doesn't do something spectacular at this point, we've been set up to be really disappointed. I want him to now he's going to take the mic and sing during the game after Rule's comments about his karaoke skills and singing Billy Joel in front of the whole team. I mean, all of it. I've never heard a head coach talk about a freshman the way that Matt Rule talks about Archie Wilson, which is a crazy thing to say. But he didn't talk about Dylan Raiola like that last year. Not in those kind of terms. And that may be because he's a punter.
Yes.
And it's so unique. You probably wouldn't put that on a wide receiver or a running back. I mean, you can recruit, like Saquon Barkley came into Penn State and they weren't talking about him like this as a freshman, or Adrian Peterson at Oklahoma, even though, we all knew their impact on the game was going to be bigger than whatever a punter can do. But it's like approaching Tory Taylor levels of excitement for Nebraska's punter before he's ever not just punted in a game, like before he's punted on a college field, whatever, before he's never played football.
That's crazy. That is nuts.
I want to get some more depth on that.
Like, what does that
we may hear
mean?
from Archie tomorrow. Yeah.
We
may get to hear from Archie tomorrow.
Awesome.
If so, I have a feeling it's going to be an epic media session. And I want to get some more depth about this whole thing that he's never played football before. So a few years ago, Nebraska signed an Australian punter, and Daniel Cerny.
Yeah.
And he had never played football before. And I don't think he had ever watched football or really knew what football was before he got to Nebraska. And that did not go especially well.
No.
Again, like Archie Wilson appears to have a unique set of skills that are different than what Cerny brought to the table. And we should not walk warily into this new punting era for Nebraska because it had a bad experience with an Australian punter a few years ago. But you remember him kicking to the wrong side of the field.
Oh, hard to forget it.
Yeah. It would help. I hope he's been really brushing up and taking a crash course and learning from all of his teammates. And I'm sure Mike Eckler would not allow him to get to a place where he has to go kick on August 28th and doesn't understand like some of the intricacies of the game. But you need to play in the game before you can truly understand it. So it's all very intriguing.
Also intriguing, and we talked about this in the segment before you came on, but Troy Dannon putting the brakes for the moment on the stadium renovation project, due in mostly because of the budget shortfall at the University of Nebraska. So I guess for the folks in South Stadium, maybe they'll put some porta potties up there at the top, maybe in row 80 or 85.
It'll smell great.
It'll smell great. But hey, at least, you're thinking of them. But what did you make of the fact that this project's going to be on hold for the unforeseeable future?
Yeah, it kind of surprised me. I thought he was maybe going to say something about taking a plan to the Regents here this fall, because it's kind of the direction that it seemed to be heading. I mean, at one point, it seemed that the plan to the Regents might happen before we got to here, like it already would have happened here in the 2025 calendar. Dannon did a good job, I think, of maybe like not making as big of a deal out of it as it could have been. And he said it's status quo. I'm like, oh, okay, what does that mean? And it means that we're not taking a plan to the Regents and we don't know when we're going to do that. So that's fairly newsy. It's about optics, really. It's about money, but it's also about optics. This is a huge project in terms of the dollar amount. And even though technically there is the athletic department is self-sufficient, there is going to be, like, if it wasn't clear before, it's clear now. There is going to be more sources of funding than what has been typical for a Nebraska athletics capital project, as Dan put it, with this than there has been in the past. I mean, you're talking about something that's like 4 or 5 times more expensive than the most expensive project they've ever done, which was the new Osborne complex that opened last year. So you have to have the stars aligned. And right now, with budget multiple crises, and university leaders preaching about the importance of cutting, the time isn't right. So it's bad timing. It didn't line up well for Dannon to push this thing through and to have it done ASAP. So it's going to be a while before they take it the next step with it. But eventually it'll happen, and eventually, yes, South Stadium's going to come tumbling down. But probably, perhaps, I suppose, is a better way to put it, not when we most recently had been told.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thanks again. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of your week.
Okay. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman, who joins us every Monday here on the program. Speaking of revenue sources, different revenue sources.
Yeah.
Iowa announcing this afternoon that
their quarterback was horrible over the weekend. Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Are you going to be one of those people?
I just say he was horrible.
So
Will you
a
stop
couple
pandering
of
to
couple
people?
of videos go out, and of course the mouth breathers out there. Did you watch the whole practice?
Wow, I thought we were allowed to make fun of Iowa on the Grum. Is that banned now? Are we banning Iowa pot shots?
No, I just don't want you to be one of those to get sucked into.
No, they'll beat Nebraska this year like they always do.
You
John,
know,
does that make you happy?
John,
no,
I didn't know jokes were banned. Jokes are banned.
That's a bad joke.
That was a funny joke. It was better than your weird graphic earlier with a vampire.
It was a very scary
I want
vampire.
to suck your blood.
It was a very scary vampire.
You know, John, between the thing that Skinwalker Scribes wrote and taking pot shots at Iowa, he seems a little pandery, doesn't he?
Pandery?
Kind of pandery.
All right, settle down. What the hell were you trying to say here,
Well,
John?
what I was trying to say is
what
Iowa,
did they announce?
You know, on the field there at Kinnick Stadium, it's named Duke Slater Field. That used to be on the field.
Sure.
They announced today that they are moving those logos to the back of the end zone so that they could sell sponsorships.
Nebraska will eventually be selling sponsorships for their stadium as well.
What is the most likely sponsor?
Runza.
No. At Iowa. Because they're
Casey's.
Busch Light.
Casey's is a good one.
Is America Needs Farmers an organization?
What about the Farm Bureau?
That could be. Maybe Pioneer, little seed corn action.
Yeah. Or
John Deere.
Is Iowa a Pioneer or DeKalb school?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Man, I don't know what's going on in the YouTube chat right now, but I just saw this comment from Charles that, are we really about to relitigate the Pelini years? Whoa.
No, we're not really getting.
All right, I'm staying away from the YouTube chat.
I'll tell you what we're going to relitigate.
What's that?
It's not even a relitigation. But
a litigation.
The video that went out earlier today from Nebraska football.
No, I don't want to do this.
No. It wasn't.
It wasn't about coffee shop.
It wasn't about the goofy hand things that they were doing.
Yeah.
Which
goofy hand
some
things.
people call them shadow boxing. I don't know what it was. But one of the two participants in said video was Andrew Marshall, who is the presumed starting corner opposite Sierra Wright.
Yeah.
Did you notice Andrew Marshall was wearing a yellow practice jersey, which means no
practice,
no
or contact. Yeah. It means get on the bike, bro.
So do we have another situation that we need to straighten out? Now, he was healthy enough to do the goofy hand gesture, so we know his hands and his arms work. So
he can intercept the pass.
Is never a guarantee. Take it from me. It's never a guarantee that both your arms and hands are working at all times. So that's important. But we don't know why he was in the yellow jersey.
John Jeff in Omaha points out, if no stadium renovation, is the Tennessee series back on?
Oh.
Remember? They canceled it.
That's right, because they were worried.
Dannon, get them back on the schedule.
Get them back on the schedule.
Let's go. This is great news.
Now they have to admit that they canceled it because they're tiny little weenie babies.
No, Nick, it's because of the stadium renovation that they're not doing now.
Tiny little weenie babies.
No, it's because of the stadium renovation, Nick, that they're not doing now. Their weenies are normal size.
I can't believe this. Yes,
Hello.
Danny White.
Let's go, Danny.
It's Mr. Yogurt.
Hello.
We'd like to Oh, you've already scheduled another
no,
FCS team. Never mind.
No. Sad. By the way, Sam writes, the best arch in college football is in scarlet and cream. Yeah, he's the one who punts with both legs.
At the same time?
There's only one football on the field, Nick. Apparently, he just is like always walking around with a football. He's like Magic Johnson, but with a football. Magic always walked around dribbled. That's how he got so good at dribbling. Also walked around with a woman on his side. That's how he got so good at sex.
That's true.
Everybody needs
actually walked around with two women.
Sometimes 3, 4,
one
8.
time one on his left arm, one on his right arm.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hopefully we find out a little bit more about why Andrew Marshall was wearing the.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. This was a serious discussion.
This was a serious conversation.
But then I started talking.
Until you jumped in.
Well, you know what?
And wanted to make it non-funny.
Let's get serious again and talk Kansas City Chiefs football.
Hey, they had an injury happen last week.
That's why I said let's get serious.
We've got to get serious about it. We'll get the skinny on the aftermath of the devastating loss to the Arizona Cardinals in preseason.
Classic. They're just getting a preview of the regular
You
season.
realize the
when
Chiefs
they
are now
lose.
on a 2-game losing streak.
Uh-oh, are they going to be writing columns?
They should be. We'll find out more with Mitch Holtis from St. Joe after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
Yeah, this is really the best group we've had collectively since I've been here. Brett's done a nice job of bringing these guys in, and you look at them, and they're all making plays out here and doing some good things.
That would be the head coach, Andy Reid, talking about the wide receiver room. And we are joined now on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline by Mitch Holtis. The wide receivers might give Andy Reid some sleepless nights. Not that they're bad, but that he's got to make a choice between a few of them.
Well, sleepless nights can be caused if you don't have enough guys at a certain position. And Andy sleeps like 4 hours a night anyway, so I don't know if he's sleepless. Does that take him down to like 2 hours? And by the way, I'd like to thank you for getting Sir Walter Scott. I know he's a Scotsman, but it sounded really good there for doing the Open. Do you guys realize that Sir Walter Scott went to the University of Omaha? He was a Maverick.
Yeah.
Because when I went to the deal the other night, we had a thing for the Team Jack Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys were up there. It was at the Scott Center on campus, named after Sir Walter Scott. He was a benefactor of the Mavericks. I think he got Maverick hockey started.
Because the Brits are very good at hockey, as we know.
Oh yeah. He's the one that got hockey started at Maverickville. But I also, at that event, ran into all these Chiefs fans, some awesome ones. And I've also met the godfather of the Scribner Mafia, Dennis Baumert. And he's secretly doing a coup d'etat to get the county seat of Dodge County moved from Fremont to Scribner. It's a godfather move.
What? That's terrible. Fremont should always be the county seat of Dodge County.
No. Scribner's got, when the Mafia, Anyway, and then Tyler and Amy Lawrence are huge Chiefs fans. Get this, though. He grew up in Western New York, right in the shadows of the Buffalo Bills. And for his entire childhood and adolescence, he was fighting as a member of the Chiefs Kingdom when it was a little bit tough to do so. And now he went from undercover in Western New York to right there in Omaha. He was there. And he and Amy are big Chiefs fans. So we got a bunch of them out there. But
Shout out to some of the members of the kingdom. How excited are they going to be about this wide receiver room?
Ooh, look, listen, you guys know Andy Reid's not hyperbolic, right? He's not going to sit there and go, well, this is the best I've ever seen. And you're going, that's the third best he's ever seen today. He is not that guy at all. So when he tells me this is the best wide receiving core he's ever had here, that's covers 13 seasons. So there's a little bit of data here to be scanned over. There are 14 guys on the roster. 8 are making really strong bids to make this team. Probably for 6 slots. We know the Rashee Rice suspension is out there, some looming. Hollywood Brown's hurt right now. But we know about those 2 guys. We know about Xavier Worthy. We featured him last week or 2 weeks ago. Then we know about Juju Smith-Schuster. Jalen Royals, the rookie from Utah State, was really good the other night against Arizona. Then was really good the other night against Arizona was Tyquan Thornton. Then really good against Arizona the other night was Jason Brownlee, the undrafted free agent at the University of Southern Mississippi. And really good the other night against Arizona was Nico Remigio, who is the best kick returner of all these guys, and he had a 50-yard kickoff return. So what do you do? Because that really good performances by all 4 of those guys at Arizona is something that's happened with regularity at camp. I don't know what's going to happen here, but some of this takes care of itself. But it's a really crowded room and a good way to lose sleep. But when Andy Reid says the best he's had in 13 years, you pay attention.
Mitch, which player helped himself out the most over the weekend?
Ooh, I would say Brownlee, because he's just coming. If you're at the old races at Exarban, he'd be the horse way back. And then he's coming up the rail. And East Mississippi, junior college, Southern Mississippi, not even drafted. And now I'm even mentioning him on this episode that we knew about Royals. He's going to make it. He's good. And he's kind of he hit a blitz read the other night. It looked like a 10-year veteran. They sent a dog, and he went to the right spot in 3rd and 8 for 12 and moved the chains from Mahomes. Mahomes loves the kid. And then I would say, too, Tyquan Thornton's continue to rise up. But I think if you're asking about Saturday night, it would have been Brownlee. He got targeted with a fade in the end zone by Mahomes, wanted to go to him, and he made a great play on the ball against the ones of Arizona.
Well, thankfully, the Chiefs are not akin to the horses that once ran at Exarban, because if that were the case, it would be a really bad situation for Deion Bush, who is out for the season. You know, they treat horses a little differently when they're out for the season.
Oh my gosh.
Versus safeties. But
you give him a couple days off. You give him a couple days off, and this is where he goes.
Seriously.
But seriously, Deion Bush, they lose him for the season.
Sad, though.
Yeah.
This guy's a 10-year veteran, and his high point moment was intercepting Lamar Jackson. Keep in mind, he was with the Bears, and he's bounced around, and good special teams player. Intercepted Jackson, though, in the AFC Championship game. Gigantic play in the end zone 2 years ago to get to the Super Bowl championship. He's got 2 rings. But it's a sad deal. Here's where this gets tough. We get home at 5 a.m. Everybody's wanting to get off the plane so we can go get a nap so we can start the week all over again. He's the last guy off. He's sitting there with his crutches. He's just looking straight ahead. And he's a 10-year guy with an Achilles tear. And what does that usually mean? Right?
Yep.
He knows.
Oh, yeah.
Like his football life scanning in front of his face. And so I just don't get over those. He's a good dude. And now he's thinking, now what? So yeah, we put him on IR today. And the Achilles injuries, you guys, and particularly with an older player, what was interesting was he was just backpedaling. It's non-contact. And he looked behind him like somebody was kicking him in the Achilles. And that's the reaction you get. I remember Derek Johnson chasing Derek Carr in a critical game to win the division, 16, 17, somewhere in there. And DJ just goes down like he was hit by a sniper. I mean, it just snaps that quickly, and DJ was never the same. So it's kind of a sad deal. He just had his crutches, staring at the seat in front of him. Everybody else is getting off the plane, and he has to be the last guy off. It was, I don't know. I never get used to that. Sorry, boys.
No, that's totally understandable. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow as we
I'm getting into this is nitty-gritty week. Little nitty-gritty dirt band here. Who's going to be then the nitty-gritty, meaning your rank and file performer, not necessarily a star, but you're going to need them to win the division for a 10th straight year and try to get back to the Super Bowl. They've got to do the nitty-gritty work. That's where I'm going this week.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to that tomorrow.
Okay.
Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks.
See you guys.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Imagine if they did do that to players whose season is done. They just do what they do with the horses.
Hey, I'm sorry about Matt Stafford.
Oh, but then they can have football
Still
glue.
alive.
For now, he is.
Who wants some football glue?
Man, these are turning less into Chiefs training camp updates and more random updates
Name
about
drops.
English people updates and Fremont for some reason in today's.
Well, Mitch was doing shout outs to the members of the kingdom who, come visit at training camp.
Yeah. Cool.
That can be us next year when we go to training camp.
So last week, Michael filled in for you on Wednesday. He was pumped to talk to Mitch. So you
I'm
have that to look forward to on Friday.
I'm sure he will.
Have a lovely time.
We will
Lovely
do our
time.
best.
Who's on Thursday? Austin?
Austin.
Mr. TikTok hands himself?
Yep.
Wow. Cool. That's fun.
We're going from a young to an old.
Speaking of olds, there was a comment earlier I meant to read and I didn't have time. Hokisker wrote when we had the guy on Wyatt Thompson.
Thompson covering Kansas State. Yep.
Hokisker said, John feels right at home because he's talking to a fellow old, LOL. Thought that was pretty funny, John. I took a screenshot of it. I wrote it in my diary later that night.
I'm sure it was great.
Indeed.
Sure it was great. Well, coming up, we're getting less good football.
What are you talking about? Is this another one of your I don't like football segments?
Is this another soapbox thing?
The season is so close. It's time to get excited, John.
Yes,
and Nick.
Let's get more excited for more bad games.
3 top 10 matchups
Then
in
stop
week 1.
watching Iowa play Wisconsin every year.
That's true. Thank you, Nick. That's the slop that you love. Slop it up, slop boy.
I love 7-3 football games.
But nothing else.
At least
apparently.
those two teams are in the same weight class.
Mm.
More on that and Michael Severe Monday on 1620 The Zone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
No, you do not.
You love bearing bad news.
Because
everyone knows that you're the grump.
I like to watch good football.
Do you?
I like to watch good football.
What's your infatuation with
I
Iowa?
don't
then?
like to watch bad football.
Okay.
Brian Fremo, guest of the friend of the Grum.
He is? We've had him on.
I thought we did, didn't we?
I don't know. Nick, get him on the show.
Get him on the show.
Okay.
BCFtoys.com.
Toys.
Congratulations, college football.
Why?
Because out of 136 FBS teams this year, 126 or 93% are scheduled to play an FCS opponent, which is up 4% from last year.
Helping the little guys. That's exciting.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly why they're doing it.
That's what Jesus stood for,
that's
John.
Totally why they're
us.
doing it. Yeah.
Jesus wanted people to help out those who were less fortunate. Are you saying Jesus was wrong?
I don't believe FBS
He wasn't talking about FCS
versus
football?
FCS was what he had in mind when he said those things.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the greatest percentage of, or greatest number, I should say, of FBS teams playing an FCS opponent in any one season since at least 2007.
Did you notice 2020, how low it was? Was COVID actually good?
Well, you famously remember
COVID.
They cut back the schedule, and strangely, all those FBS versus FCS games disappeared.
I do remember.
The roll call of the 10 courageous FBS schools that dared not punch out of their weight class.
Notre Dame is one of them, are they not?
They are in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Colorado.
Nice. Prime.
Michigan.
Hell yeah. Go blue, you son of a.
Notre Dame.
Fighting Irish.
Sam Houston, who is now an FBS school.
Nice. They're not punching down to their old place.
Stanford. Texas. Tulane. UCLA. USC. And Wisconsin.
Wow, you're Badgers. Congrats.
Congrats to those 10 who have not decided to punch down a weight class this season.
Jordan writes, thou shalt not complain about FCS versus FBS teams in the first month of the season was the 11th commandment that got cut out.
They had to do some editing. They couldn't get it to fit on the stone.
I wish they would have somehow been able to keep that in.
They started the first commandment. It was a certain size, and then they had to make the same other commandments the same size.
Oh, I know how that goes. When you start writing out a poster, and it's like, oh no, there's not enough room at the end, and the R is so skinny and weird looking.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
I know how that goes.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this over the weekend? Of course, most of the NFL's teams were playing in their first preseason game.
Yeah.
This was also the return of Geno Smith to Seattle.
Yes.
The former Seahawk quarterback who is now with the Raiders. He flipped off the crowd Thursday night as he was coming onto the field.
That's exciting.
Because this Seahawks fan, one of the 12s as they call it, had a sign.
What did it say?
That read...
Did he start writing at a certain size? And
the R was skinny and weird.
Bigger bust, Geno or Jamarcus Russell.
Okay, that is, first of all, factually incorrect.
It sounds like a rage bait.
So it is rage bait. It worked, I guess.
Which caused Geno to flip him off.
He flipped him off, so I guess it did work. That's wild. Like, I know that fans are just being idiots, but I mean, Geno resurrected his career. He's had a really good last few seasons.
Geno resurrected his career in Seattle.
But also, he wasn't expected to be as good as Jamarcus Russell anyway. Jamarcus Russell was a first-round, top 10 pick. Come on. What are you doing,
Was
12?
that sign worthy of being flipped off by a professional athlete?
I don't mind. I like it when players flip fans off. I think that's fun.
Wow.
So, you don't like
You're
that? You flip me off.
You're into obscene gestures.
You flipped me off. You flipped me off before.
So you're in favor of the upper class pooping on the lower
Here we go.
class.
Here comes Nick. The players make too much money.
Wow.
Give the owners more money.
Class
Nick Grimm.
warfare Peterson.
Hey, if the player or if the fans can write dumb signs, then a player can do a dumb gesture, I guess.
Well, right now, Matthew Stafford's back is flipping him off.
Dude.
He was supposed to practice today. He went through a throwing drill on on Saturday.
Why is he throwing a drill? That probably doesn't help his back.
It was a throwing. He was throwing, Nick. Let's not derail the segment.
I'm going to flip Nick off now.
Yes. And there was confidence that he would be able to participate in practice. Well, guess who showed up in street clothes today at practice? So now the intrigue continues.
Yeah.
Into whether or not Matthew Stafford will be healthy enough to play opening game against the Houston Texans.
Ooh, and they have a good defense. Like, all kidding aside about
Yes, they do.
Your teams. They have a really good defense and a good defensive line that can get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
That ain't good, John.
So that's
and you have Jimmy Garoppolo as the backup or the starter in this.
Well, the good news is Stetson Bennett, who riddled the Cowboys defense on Saturday night, looked a lot
now
better.
We care about preseason games. Very interesting, John.
Mr.
Preseason football, it doesn't matter.
We do now when our quarterbacks
interesting.
hurt, and we need some kind of glimmer of hope. There is one glimmer of hope out there for any aspiring NFL team that needs a quarterback. His name is Kirk. He doesn't have a gig right now.
I mean, he does. He's just on the bench.
He's on the bench, but
dude, you do not want Kirk Cousins.
No
way. That he's so old, he can't move anymore.
Do I want that or Jimmy G?
I'd rather have Jimmy G.
Or just take my chances with the Stetson Bennett experience.
No, you don't want that. He probably won't be on the team. He'll just leave again like he did last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think. Man, I worry about Kirk, and maybe I'm too quarterback pilled right now. I've had that on the brain, but he couldn't move, and that was a year ago. But that would worry me. I don't know. I mean, you have such a great play caller and coach in Sean McVay that they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. But this is a team that could win the Super Bowl.
Well, they won't be Super Bowl fine.
No. They would be playoff contender fine without Stafford.
Yeah.
You do not have a roster though that says let's be playoff contending. You have a roster that says, can we win the NFC West? Can we get a 1 seed? Can we go to the Super Bowl? Can we win the Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
But if it ain't Stafford, who's older than me, by the way, so he's getting up there.
People forget.
No, that's true.
I'm almost 40 now.
No, that's true.
Why don't they just take one of the quarterbacks from the Browns, just loan one of them out? They have plenty.
Why don't they just take one of them? You could have any of those 8 quarterbacks.
Yeah, John, they've got enough.
Sure, why not?
It'd be a great time.
Why not? I mean, they're all going to be waiting in line behind Shador, apparently.
Mm-hmm. I love this. So I haven't even seen really all but 2 or 3 throws. If you do not like all of the Shador content, don't engage with it. Everybody engages with it. And you know why they keep doing it? Because everybody engages with it. He is an interesting player. And I get it. I find him interesting. I saw some of the highlights. I went in search of some of the highlights this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like it, don't engage. But they're doing it because you're willing to talk about him. He was the most talked about player of the entire weekend.
Oh, of course. He was going to be.
Yep.
Because he was given full opportunity to go out and
honestly,
show what he was worth, and he played pretty well.
Honestly, good for him to get that opportunity because of the 4 or 5, whatever number of injuries were in front of him on the depth chart. Good for him. Ooh, Shador to the Rams, says Sam.
I don't think that'll be an option.
Shador makes it to the Rams. Are you gonna get a jersey? You're gonna get a Shador jersey?
No,
a jersey. He'll get a Shador jersey.
I'm not going to get a Shador
jersey. Baseball jersey.
No, I'm not going to do
Wait,
that.
baseball jersey, Nick. Is that a tease to our next guest who is in the green room?
Could be.
Oh, is he wearing his Saints jersey today?
No.
Oh, that's
sadly.
You know, it is right around the corner. In fact, it is
Christmas.
A week from this Saturday. It's the Dundee Day Street Festival.
Nice.
They're going to be celebrating historic Dundee with the great neighborhood event. There's going to be pancake breakfast, Dundee Dash. You could participate in the 5K Dundee Dash.
Yes.
It kicks off, and then Dundee Night, local food and drink and nonstop music. It's free for all ages.
Awesome.
And you can find out more by visiting 1620thezone.com. We're here in Dundee. This is our neighborhood.
Hell yeah.
We live here.
I love it. I love it.
So check it out. Dundee Day Street Festival, 1620thezone.com, where Michael Severe Monday commences after this.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
The Happy Hour featuring Michael Severe is on the air. No one conference likes to troll within its own conference like the SEC. You know, when they say it just means more, it also means more trolling. I see a lot of trolling between the rival schools.
Yeah.
There was a SEC Twitter account that tweeted something out today as the AP preseason poll came out.
Yeah.
An interesting factoid that I have backed up and is true.
Okay.
I'm going to post it to the room here as Michael joins us in the stream today, brought to you by Prairie Flower Casino. What year was Texas A&M last ranked number one? I'm not talking about the national championship, just any time in a year where Texas A&M was ranked number one. What year was it?
1936.
I'll say 38.
1957.
Wow. Is that was that the post-Junction Boy?
That was right in the Junction Boy era, right? Because
Bear Bryant was there. It was year 4.
Yeah. That
They
was Junction Boy era.
They got up to number 1.
Yep.
They beat Arkansas. They beat SMU. Then they lost to Rice, Texas, and Tennessee. They finished the year losing 7-6, 9-7, and 3-0.
Isn't that kind of amazing that they didn't like sneak in? You know,
How high did they get there in 90? 97, 97, 98? The Kansas State game.
The highest that year.
So when they won the conference, they finished
They
11
were 14. They only got as high as 14.
As high as they got.
Well, they got as high as 6 in the season.
That's what I was
1998,
asking,
6. Yes,
They
got as
had
high
a
as
nice
6.
little run in there that year.
Yeah. But that's crazy that a program like Texas A&M, I mean, could they be the most historically underachieving program of all time?
Oh, they were on our list. We had a list.
Yeah.
List included Missouri,
Yep.
Clemson, and A&M. It was schools that should have been better, but not. And the majority of them, at least when it comes to South Carolina and A&M, could say, well, we have this other school that's better than us.
Right.
But the amount of money that A&M has and the lion's share they get from both the state and their boosters, they certainly should have been better. But I've always said they're a losing program. This is a program that put up like division titles and like random stuff on the side of their when they tried to rebuild the stadium. I mean, it's ridiculous. For a long time, they only had one side of the stadium. I mean, that's what they are. They're half-ass. It's a half-ass program. It's all they got is one half a stadium for a long time. So that's A&M.
That still blows me away that, because they've had good teams, but you hear about them all the time, yet they haven't been ranked number one since 1957.
I feel bad, Michael, for the A&M Dallas Cowboy crossover fans. They are just perpetual losers every single year.
Yeah, they chose the Cowboys and the Aggies.
No, they chose the Aggies first. They're bigger losers than the Cowboys.
They definitely chose the Aggies first, if I had to guess, as kids growing up in that area. But, this is a place where on back-to-back weekends, when I was at Sam Houston State University, go Bearcats, I traveled to Bryan College Station to cover one Saturday, a wonderful Ku Klux Klan parade, the KKK parade. And then the next day, went back again to cover a wonderful speech by Spike Lee. So that was on basically the same weekend.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's
both sides, Mike. We got to hear from both sides.
I got it from both sides. Good people on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. That's Bryan College Station. Only good thing about Bryan College Station, honestly, the only good thing, wings and things. There's a great wing place. Not too far from multiple ones, not too far from campus. Delicious sauces and delicious wings. That's about it. Other than that, it's a whole.
I love wings. I had wings yesterday.
Wings are very good. I love wings.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, John, what's the over/under on Jimmy G starts this year?
Let's go.
Game 1?
Oh, man.
You start game 1?
Probably.
man.
What have I said? 5.5.
Oh, that's
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that.
No, I'm starting to get a little nervous about this. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that Stetson Bennett can get up to speed.
You
in
do
a
not
hurry.
want Stetson Bennett to be the guy.
Hey, he lit up the Cowboys.
Cool. None of the
Hey,
stuff
Jimmy
is
G can win games. Jimmy G has won
Bingo.
games. Jimmy G has won
Super Bowl.
playoff games.
He
Jimmy
did go
G
to the
can
Super
play.
Bowl.
He can play. He
All
can
right.
play.
Well,
Yeah. Give him a shot. Give Jimmy G a shot.
we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see.
For Friday, John, I have, because this went over like gangbusters last year, I have one stat and or fact about every team in the Big Ten again.
Oh, we're going to do that again. That's
I have
fun.
that again for Friday. Yes.
I like it.
That's
I
all
like
set
it.
up. Yes. Including I made a list of Nebraska from last year, and I just added the additional losses on. So, now 0-8 or 10-35 or 18 in a row loss. I mean, the only good news about going over these stats is that, do you know how many losses in a row Rutgers has had against top 25 teams?
No. I know it doesn't theirs go
It's
back
even
to
worse than Nebraska.
It goes back to like 05, 06, right, Michael? Isn't that a Thursday night game?
Yeah, it's 40.
Ooh.
Yikes.
It's 40 straight.
Not great.
I mean, bad for Nebraska, but 40 straight is ridiculous.
Hey, and I will say this. You look at, the Nebraska, whenever they play the good teams in the conference, it's like they've lost X amount in a row against Michigan and Ohio State. They are 4-1, I believe, is the number against Penn State, though, since those two teams joined the league. They've had an odd amount of success against the Nittany Lions.
Yeah.
So
they caught him at a good spot,
They did.
In the
They got
middle
him
of
at 11, 12,
tumult.
13, and then 20.
As Sip would say, they caught him among some tumult, right? There was some issues going on.
They certainly did.
Well, speaking of tumult,
Yeah.
Nebraska's offense was delivering some tumult to Nebraska's defense in the scrimmage, at least according to what Matt Rule was talking about.
Really. How much of the
really is really accurate in your mind?
Well, we talked about it last week. I'm not surprised that an offense, coached by Dana Holgorsen with a second-year quarterback with a lot of talent is better currently than the defense. That's, coordinator who was he wasn't the defensive coordinator last year. I don't care if he was the secondaries coach, and they're replacing a bunch of people. So I think it's going to take longer for them to get going. And in general, when you're not, so you don't want to hurt anybody, right? In order for defense to be played really well, you got to play at full speed. I mean, 100%. I'm hitting guys. I'm taking them to the ground. And even in a scrimmage, as much as you want to act like it is, it's not the same. It just isn't. And so in order for them to play like they're going to play at the highest level they can play, I think that's going to be the Cincinnati game. I don't think we're going to ever see it in practice. I think you look at offenses that all year round are playing 7-on-7 or whatever else. They're out there just by themselves. Actually, it's 7-on-7. They're 7-on-nothings. And they're just running routes and they're doing stuff and they're getting better at it. Defense can't do that.
Michael, you buying what Matt Rule is selling with the running back room?
No. I'm one of those people that he's talking about. I think they have two pretty good backs. I think that Emmett Johnson,
elite backs? They have no elite backs?
I don't
think they have elite backs.
Everything that's elite's in Minnesota. It's not here. No, let me say elite would be if they had somebody coming back who had 1,000 yards. It was Monungai his second year, after having the first year of 1,000 yards. They don't have that. They have a very good running back in Emmett Johnson who does a lot of things well. And then I think between the two guys backing him up, Mekhi Nelson and how did Matt Rule say it? Mosey.
It's Mosey. Yeah, it's not Mosey. It's Mosey.
Between the two of them, you could say that they could be a very good back. But when you have a guy who has one carry in his career, another guy who's came here as a wide receiver, I mean, what would you expect? And I watched Mosey at in the scrimmage or in the practice we had on that Saturday night. And like I said, he's explosive, and I see that he has kind of a feel for it. But he also reminds me of a guy running like a wide receiver at times. He didn't follow where he was supposed to be. He made some unnecessary cut. He was cutting on nothing. That's what I had a guy I went to school with, Lloyd Martin, good athlete. Really, we used to always say Lloyd be cutting on nothing because he just being open. There's no reason to cut. Just keep going straight. And so he's got to get better than that, and experience is going to make him better at that. When I say have three great backs, which that was the phrase, right? We have three great backs. I mean, they're probably great people.
Maybe that's
I'm not saying they're great running backs. I mean, you can't tell lies about a position that Nebraska has had some of the greatest college players of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Just can't. I mean,
yeah,
this is I back you. You know, this is. It's not tail back you. It's not USC. It's not what Penn State has had. It's not with, but it is a place where people could. They know running backs. They know run game.
Yes,
and
we're not that old.
Yeah.
We haven't forgotten.
No,
Heck,
it wasn't.
I mean,
long ago. Burkhead wasn't that long ago.
Amir.
Yeah, Amir wasn't that long ago. Burkhead wasn't that long ago. Roy Helou Jr. wasn't that long ago.
No,
you know, we remember all those guys. So, you know, you get.
So are you
give
saying
me one of those guys? Give me one of those.
Oh,
they don't have one of those guys.
Imagine the conversation if they had one of those guys.
They don't have one of those guys.
You're saying that Isaiah Mosey has reverse Dan Alexander disease. Dan Alexander could never cut.
He's looking for somebody.
He would always run straight ahead.
You mash them together, and they're the best running back of all time.
Yes, you would.
Dan Alexander,
an elite running back,
at one point had the record. I think this is right. The most catches for a back in indoor football. I believe he set the record. Yeah. He was a linebacker and running back, fullback, whatever you want to call it, in indoor football, and he was really good. He was really good at it. I don't know about. I never saw him with the beef, and a lot of times that I covered the beef, he was actually, you know, big time, the highest level of indoor football. Yeah. And he put up like Purify, who had a ton of touchdowns too. Two of the best indoor players ever that played at Nebraska.
Hell yeah,
yeah, both those guys did.
They were good.
What are you shaking your head for? Hey, look, man, just because he thought the snow came from the ground doesn't mean he couldn't be a good indoor.
Thank you, Michael. Mo Purify was awesome.
Mo Purify was. Hey, Mo Purify cost them a fast start in the Big 12 championship game.
That was a tough fumble.
The first play,
and you put him on your all-time team.
He caught the touchdown against Texas A&M.
Yeah, but that was but that fumble, and basically he put the ball on the ground.
He did. He just tried to wanted Oklahoma.
Here you go.
In the red zone
later, they scored. And it's
60,000 Nebraska people going down to Kansas City, freezing their ass off, and he does that on the first
Hey, what if we're there in a few weeks and they're like, hey, it's a special coin toss, and Mo Purify walked up
drop the damn coin. That's what he'll do.
I was talking to Troy Dannon about it. I said, listen, Troy, I know you haven't been here very long, but there's a long stretch of Nebraska fans all piling in and driving to places and taking over stadiums and losing games. That's what we want to avoid on the 28th. You want to avoid a trip to Illinois, to Northwestern, to Boulder, any of those places.
To Ireland.
Don't Ireland.
Yeah, they've not had
They didn't get in the car to go to Ireland.
In these games, they haven't had a good history in Arrowhead Stadium. They almost lost to Oklahoma State.
I can't remember.
That was a great game.
It was a great game, but
they needed the goal line stand.
That was great. Was it Rucker that made the tackle at the end? Was it Rucker that made the saving tackle? It was either Rucker or Big Woo. Big Woo. One of those two made the tackle to save.
Michael, was it last week with you or was it with John where we were trying to go through the mental Rolodex of all the games that the Zone has gone to in the last 15 years?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't a part of that.
It was me and you.
Yeah, so we tried to figure out ones like true road trips, not like because you went to a lot of road games back in the day. And so here's the games that I could remember. We went to 2011 Wisconsin, first Big Ten game, lost.
Hey, good first quarter.
Great first quarter.
I will never forget that first quarter.
2012 Ohio State, another solid start, and then everything went to hell. 2012 Big Ten championship game.
Oh, that didn't go well. Do you remember those guys laughing? The Pacers reporters in front of us who were watching basketball instead of watching the game.
Yeah,
that was the best.
Not great. And then I don't think we did a true Zone road trip again until 2019 Colorado. Loss.
That was bad.
And I think that's it in the last 15 years.
Yeah, we have not had any success.
Even when we go to do pregame shows from Lincoln, it's a bad time. They lost to Illinois last year.
I went to 2004 Iowa State.
Oh boy.
I went to 2005 Kansas.
Oh.
Yeah, that was brutal.
By the way,
went to a couple.
It was Mike Rucker. I just found
nice, good
memory. It was Mike Rucker. Yeah. No, I remember. I told you this before when I moved here and I started doing the show, and I was talking about how I had a lot of games I hadn't seen, and then Paul Jacobson sent me a whole box of DVD copies of games I had not seen. That was one of them that I went back and watched. Yeah, I watched like probably 50 games. Awesome. McMaster was asking me how do I indoctrinate myself. I go watch a bunch of games, man. Go back and watch all the old games. So when somebody references something, you can drop something in there.
Yep,
go there and do that. But yeah, going on the road has not been. I told you last week, Josh, the last road game I went to, and I've been to a bunch of road games in Nebraska. One was 2017. Stanley Morgan into the game, touchdown against
Purdue
Purdue.
game, they almost lost that game.
Yeah, and then was it Langsdorff jumped into the arms of Tanner Lee?
Oh no.
The offensive coordinator jumped into the arms of Tanner Lee, and then we went to this little area to talk to the media. You know, it was yeah, it's not been good. It's been a lot of bad. I was at the Texas game in 2007, right? No, is that right? 2007.
The Jamal Charles game?
Oh, the Jamal Charles game. Yeah, I was at that game.
You were at both conference titles, I imagine, in 9 and 10 against Texas and Oklahoma.
I was not at 9. I was at 10. Not at 9.
Okay, you were
not at 9. 9. No. We have
a baby. Put all your money on Cincinnati. Is what
Congrats
you're saying.
to the.
I'll be there. I will be there.
You'll be there.
We'll be there.
Yeah,
look at that. Michael or John actually believes we're going now.
What do you mean?
Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't.
Listen, they're going to win that game. It's going to be closer than people are talking about. I hear people talking, 10 points, 2 touchdowns, whatever else. I think it's going to be closer than that. I said something to somebody and they just went off on me. I said, right now, if you were just going to take one of those 2 quarterbacks based on what we know about them from their college careers, do you take Dylan Raiola or do you take Brandon Sorsby? Which one do you take? Based on what you know right now, take the guy who's got a total of like 46 touchdowns in his career, great rusher, or you take Dylan Raiola coming off of a freshman year where it was a little tough. What do you take?
He had 9 touchdowns rushing last year. He had 18 touchdowns through the air.
Yeah.
64% completion
This is assuming
percentage.
that you're running an offense that's conducive to
Well, he scrambles. Most of his runs are scrambles. He takes off running. He's more of a chance runner than he is a call runner.
If you were to go by resume,
yes.
if you were to go by actual college resume, Sorsby would be the pick. But, of course, you're looking at potential. You're looking at
of course.
It's the cast surrounding him.
I think Sorsby is an NFL quarterback right now. I think he looked at coming out last year and got the recommendation to go back. I think if he goes back this year and has a kind of similar situation he had last year, he's a 4th, 5th round pick.
Is it good that Nebraska is opening against them, or would it have been better if they would have opened against, let's say, Houston Christian?
See, I like the idea, and I've had players tell me this, interviewing them. They like the idea of having a camp that leads up to a Power 4, back then Power 5, or just a team that was even in conference, even a
more
conference game. Right, because it is a focus. There's a drive towards, we're going to be playing this game in front of this audience and this, opposed to there's a drive to playing an FCS school or Cupcake State, as Nick Baugh would say, or whatever else. I think this is better. I think it's better for the team if they do what I think they're going to do, or better yet, they do what, say, a person like Robbie thinks they're going to do. Then having a Cincinnati game on the resume and having a Michigan game on the resume, and whoever else plays well, because somebody else is going to be maybe it's Minnesota, maybe it's somebody in there, and then having that USC game on the resume, that's all good. Because if you actually went 10-2, you would need that. It'd be much better than what Indiana had on their resume when they got, they were 11-1. So it's good to have those games.
Mike, I want to ask you about Troy Dannon's comments last week, because he gave them to you at Big Red Breakfast. Is there a world? Obviously, at some point, Memorial Stadium will cease to exist because that's life. But is there a world where in our lifetime they do not undergo a big project with this football stadium?
No, I think so. There's a couple things that he said that didn't necessarily make the newspaper, or that he didn't talk about the following day. And one of them was something he said really interesting. I asked him about, and this is a little bit different, but I asked him about whether or not if he thinks they'll ever be employees, if the players will ever be employees. And he said, well, if the current Republican leadership lasts, goes on to another one, then no, they never will be. But if after Trump, Democrats come in power and they have power in Congress as well, then he believes that, yes, they will become employees. And I also believe that some of the money you will see going back to schools, if the Democrats got back in office, would then lead to much easier dealings with the public and giving them and releasing them a big plan. And by the way, I still think that they'll announce it next year, but it'll be a line to where 28, 29 is when a lot of money will be spent. And it'll be easier to spend, they think, if there's Democrats in office.
Do you think this is the avenue where Nebraska entertains private equity?
I don't know if Nebraska would ever do that. Yeah, I don't know if Nebraska would ever do that. I just don't. It's kind of like I don't think they would put, patches on their uniforms, selling advertise. I don't know. And they got alcohol now, which I didn't think was going to come for a long time. And eventually, I'm sure they'll be tied in with other things that they weren't tied in before. But I just
Naming
can't
rights.
imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine them doing that. But could you imagine them like naming rights at the Memorial Stadium? Could you imagine that?
I think that's going to be.
That's a place. That's definitely a place.
I don't know if I'd put a year on it, but I mean, it wouldn't shock me if by 2030 Memorial Stadium had a naming rights sponsor.
I honestly, it's either going to be that or private equity or maybe both that helps fund this project. I can't imagine at the size and the scope that we think this is going to be, where one of those two revenue generations aren't going to be used.
Yeah. Unless Nebraska makes the college ball playoffs, won a national championship, something like that happened, then I think there would be the momentum to be able to do it in the old-fashioned way. But I agree with you.
Really?
There's something new. Yeah, I think there'd be the momentum to do that if that happened.
Man.
And you also make some extra money too if you are every game you win in the college ball playoff, money goes to the Big Ten, but also goes to you as well. So you're talking about a little bit more earnings. But I think that'd be the only way it would happen. But and also, by the way, he said, and this also didn't make the paper, but I asked him about playing Colorado every year, and he had a great line about they want to play teams that it means something to the fans to play. And he kind of dissed Tennessee a little bit by saying, that Tennessee game, but
that doesn't
Big 12 North, Big 12 North teams, or playing a Colorado or somebody like that. Because Colorado, of course, would want it, but he wants games that have a meaning, that have a reason to be put on
history,
on television. Yeah, and that gives a lot of gives the kind of feeling that was in Memorial Stadium last year with Colorado there.
I understand
the only
that.
time we had that.
Yeah, I understand that. POV. On the other hand, like one of my favorite parts of non-conference scheduling in college football is the matchups that we don't usually get, or we haven't. Like I personally, my first year that I remember watching them in full was 1997. So I don't know a world where Nebraska plays SEC schools in the non-con, whereas John growing up is like, oh yeah, I remember when they played Bama and Auburn. Like I would love to see a trip to Death Valley, or I'd love to see a home and home with, I know I said SEC, but like a Clemson or a Florida State who you also got to see. So like I never my youth, I didn't get those types of games.
I think Auburn is the last regular season SEC opponent.
Yeah, in
82.
That's 80. That 82 year, boy.
Oh, it's nuts. Penn State, Iowa, and Auburn.
And by the way, we did play South Carolina, but South Carolina was not in the SEC.
Right?
Time.
Yeah, they were independent when they played them. So the last time Nebraska played an SEC team in the regular season was 1982.
Yeah, and they beat South Carolina and killed the South Carolina head coach. Did you hear that? Did you know that?
What happened?
He got on a treadmill and then heart attack, died.
Wow.
It was the Nebraska game, I think.
Woof.
No, I'm just
saying.
It was after the season. Anyway, they beat him twice, yes, and one of them killed him. I look around. I think most of those games now, and this is something that he mentioned, will be at neutral sites. I don't think they'll be home and homes. Whoever they end up playing and games they can figure out, they'll be at neutral sites, because I know that's what Matt Rule wants. But I personally think that a Colorado game every year would be great. I think it'd be awesome. Oklahoma game every year would be awesome.
Colorado, maybe it's
That's
just
not happening because of the SEC.
They played Colorado so many times in recent years. Oh, wait, real quick. So you're saying you don't think they'll play the SEC because of like who owns the television?
I think the television's a big part of it. Plus, I just think that a lot of those teams have a built-in team that they already play that's out of their conference now. And if Oklahoma goes back to playing Oklahoma State, if that stays around for Bedlam comes back or whatever, a lot of those teams already have one. And so I don't think most of those teams want to add another one unless it is a neutral site one-timer. I don't think they would want to add a regular team on there unless they make the deal, unless it means 5-11 means so much to the SEC that they're willing to agree to have the 9 or maybe even agree to having the one extra game played against the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Tournament kind of game. So unless that happened, and I don't think that's going to happen. So
I like on campus more. I am also, I'd be lying if I didn't say I cannot wait to see what the atmosphere is like at Arrowhead in 17 days. So,
that's going to be great. I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be great. And if it's right, he's saying, 60,000 to 6,000 right now. There's nothing like Nebraska fans when it comes to buying things last minute too. Like, what's the weather going to be like that day? Do I need to go? Can I take off? And then they go, okay, I'll go. And then go on a spur a minute. I'm hoping that happens on August 21st for our roundtable auction over at Hurrdat. But last minute is what a lot of Nebraska fans do for anything. They do it for concerts. They do it for sporting events. And so I think they'll see that too. Would you be surprised if in a 75 seat stadium, it's, I don't know, 68,000 of them or 67,000 of them being Nebraska fans?
Oh, absolutely not.
Definitely surprised at all.
Absolutely not.
They live there, and
surprised the other way. If it was
if they keep reading Josh's propaganda on how they're going to be at least 9-3.
Well, stay tuned for next Monday when I say they're going to suck.
They'll be buying all kinds of tickets.
Everything's going to hell.
There is funny when you sit there. You can literally make the argument. And I do this as I'm walking in the morning and kind of in my head. You can make the argument that they are going to have this third-year rule season, and they're going to do this. And then you take a little bit of time and you start talking to yourself about who they're replacing and what's there and the schedule they play and all that. And you can make the argument they could be 7-5 again, right? You can. It's not hard to make either argument. But here's the interesting thing about the Big Ten is, there's all of these new quarterbacks. I know there's a couple teams, I think Indiana is one of them, or Illinois, where they play 10 new quarterbacks.
Wow.
That's 12 games, 10 new quarterbacks. There's a couple teams that do that. And so it does make it a little bit different because you can say whatever you want about who you're playing, right? But if you're playing a new quarterback, it's a big difference.
Yeah, 100%.
I'd rather, I want to play a new quarterback. I'd much rather play like they're going to play against Michigan, even though the quarterbacks weren't great last year. I'd much rather play a freshman.
Yeah, in only his fourth game and only his second road game.
Yep. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but it's not hard to make the argument either way. It's really not. You can do it.
I'm looking here.
Trying to figure out the new quarterbacks. So let's just go conference.
Well, Cincinnati, we know, is a returning quarterback. Michigan's going to be new.
So you'll have a new quarterback with Akron.
Michigan State will have the same quarterback. Maryland,
new quarterback.
New quarterback.
Yep, Minnesota is
new quarterback.
New quarterback.
Northwestern,
nope.
USC will
new quarterback because they got Preston Stone, didn't they?
Yeah, new quarterback.
USC will be the same.
It'll be the same that they saw. Maybe. Yeah. Let's see.
UCLA will be new
quarterback.
Penn State will be old.
And
Iowa will be new.
Yeah. So there's so many of them that almost everybody is going to have a bunch of them. And by late in the season, obviously, I mean, the Iowa quarterback's new, but he's got like 50 starts or whatever. Not that many, but he's got a lot of starts in his career. He's got like 2 national championship games, and he's got like a Heisman for the Danny Woodhead Award or whatever. He's got that. So, whatever.
Michael, speaking of quarterbacks, I don't know if you had a chance to see the athletic.
I watch all of the quarterbacks in the NFL. I watch all the preseason games.
All right. No, I wasn't going to ask you about that. I was going to ask you about the athletic article on doing the annual quarterback tiers. Mike Sando, I love this. Yeah. It's a reminder that football is really, really close. Tier 1 was Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow, tied, by the way, which means they only got Tier 1 votes from all 50 panelists. Also in Tier 1, 3rd Josh Allen, 4th Lamar Jackson, 5 Matthew Stafford, and then off to the races we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Matthew Stafford. I wouldn't put Matthew Stafford in Tier 1.
Yeah. I was surprised that he showed up in Tier 1.
And he's a good quarterback, and obviously he won a Super Bowl, but those other 4 guys are in the prime of their career and are really good. And no, I wouldn't put Matthew Stafford there.
Hater.
Tier 2 for Matthew Stafford. But I mean, it's honest. I mean, would you trade? So you wouldn't trade Matthew Stafford for any of those 4 guys?
Well, Burrow's always getting hurt.
Well, last year he played a lot and did pretty well.
Of course, I would take any of the other 4.
Wow, you hate Matt Stafford.
Well,
interesting.
Yeah.
I don't hate Matthew Stafford.
I feel like there's some Lamar Jackson slander coming.
Hey, guess what? Only one other dude on that list ahead of Matthew Stafford has won a Super Bowl. Hell, only 2 on that list have been to a Super Bowl, and Matthew beat that other guy.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't want to hear any more about this Lamar and Josh Allen stuff.
Matthew's also
win a damn playoff game.
Matthew's also the only one with AARP. So
that's great. That means he gets a discount when he
gets discount. I get my discounts from AARP myself.
He picks up the tab everyone eats, and he has to.
Who's in 2 along with which should be Matthew Stafford?
All right, so I was going to ask you about number 6 on the list because number 6 is Jaden Daniels as he goes into year 2.
Yeah, and it's sophomore slump, man. I'm worried about it. I cheer for the kid. I hope he does really well, but sophomore slumps are real. They're real for a.
You saw it with
almost
CJ
every
Stroud
quarterback.
last year.
Well, not only that, but you're going to be
Offensive line
playing.
was bad too.
You're going to be playing a second place schedule.
Whereas
Yeah,
the
play a
last
second place schedule. Yeah. But I think Jaden Daniel will always put up big numbers because of the fact that he can run. So he's going to always be a fantasy star.
Yeah.
How many games they win? Yeah, I think they still make the playoffs. Actually, I think they still make the playoffs. 3 teams out of the East make the playoffs.
Oh, congrats to the Giants. Rest of tier 2.
No,
Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, CJ Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. That is the rest of tier 2. That goes to 14 quarterbacks.
I don't know if I put Purdy in 2.
No.
Let me ask you this: if I was telling you that you had a quarterback who had been to 2 Super Bowls, outplayed the other quarterback he was playing against, Patrick Mahomes, in both of those, wouldn't you put the guy in a tier 1?
You're talking about Jalen Hurts?
I mean, what more do you want?
I'm not going to say anything.
Did he not have a better Super Bowl than the team to play? He was okay.
What about the rest of the playoffs and the lead up to it? How bad did he play in that Rams game?
All I'm telling you
that wasn't that bad.
What did John say?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he is bad. I'm just saying, like, Jalen Hurts has the best situation of any quarterback in the league. Period. That's inarguable.
He does have a great situation around him.
He's the best receiving core. Maybe not.
You say that. I mean, Purdy was the same way 2 years ago.
For sure. And what did people say about Purdy? He was too high. You know,
he had a really. But I would say that out of the 2 of them, one guy does a lot more for his team than the other, and that's Jalen Hurts.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. His ability to run the football. And look, I said this
tush push alone.
I will give a compliment to Jalen Hurts. That guy's maturity level with his head coach is needed. You know, you have one guy who is like a wild card and always is freaking out. And then you have Jalen Hurts to be like, bro, you need to calm down. And I think that matters. I think it matters.
I know. I would say that the whole fan base, Eagles fan base, was calling for him to be benched and the coach fired in week 4.
I know. I miss those days.
Still hilarious.
I wish they were right.
Hilarious. I was so happy to clip that stuff and send it to my friends. Remember you said this in week 3? Remember you said this in week 4?
I wish they would have been right, Michael.
Remember that?
By the way, where was Shador on that list?
He is not on the list.
What?
Who's the Browns quarterback? The Browns quarterback is Joe Flacco. 31.
Joe Flacco will probably start. Joe Flacco will start. And then,
Kenny Pickett is also on this list.
Kenny Pickett is really? So they said 34.
They did 34 quarterbacks. So who's the only other team that they did 2 Colts. Daniel Jones at 30 and then Anthony Richardson at 32.
Yeah, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if Pickett gets cut. That's what I think happens. Because he's on his rookie. Believe it or not, he's on his rookie contract still. Because
that's so funny.
He got traded twice.
Yeah.
So it didn't void the contract.
That's wild.
So they could cut him and it doesn't cost them anything, basically. And then you just go with Flacco to start and then Shador's your backup, you know, when Flacco gets hurt or gets older than he is.
Or gets older than he is as he continues to age every day.
Continues to age every single damn day.
5 seconds since you said that.
Wow. Every damn day he gets older. Yeah.
Amazing.
So I thought the same thing I always say about Shador. Shador's he wasn't a first round pick. He wasn't a 5th round pick.
He was somewhere in the middle.
He was probably a second. I thought the Saints might take him in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
At 40. And I thought Cleveland would take him the start of the 3rd day in the 4th round.
Yeah.
But, you know, he fell to the 5th round. It's another chip on his shoulder. The guy's good enough. I mean, watch him play. I know it's against backups or whatever else, but watch him play. And then watch some of the other backups and tell me
Anthony Richardson play. You can't recognize basic pressure.
No. I've said before, there were times where I would watch tape of Anthony Richardson and I literally said, is he like actually left-handed? Because the pass would be so bad that I'm thinking, oh, he's obviously throwing with the wrong hand. That's who he is. He was not a very good passer.
So, Michael, I will say this, and he sucks, but that touchdown pass he had in the opener last year.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful.
Is the best throw of all time. It just doesn't matter. It's so
he's like
cool.
a guy, it's like shooting a 3. If most guys will tell you, if you back up to your distance and you're straight on, you make a lot more.
Yeah.
If you just throw the ball far, that's the play call. Okay, throw the ball far, break on.
Chuck it deep. Ghost Dog says, hey, Michael, it's red beans and rice for dinner tonight with Cajun sausage and backyard jalapenos. What's for dinner for the Severe household?
Severe, I got to go and do a podcast. I got to go do a podcast. And everybody, it was the last Monday of the kids and wife being able to do stuff together. So they all went out to eat for lunch.
Oh.
And so they're not going to want to eat in a while. I made 2 racks of ribs yesterday. I made 2 baby back ribs, and I also made a 6-pound beef rib as well. And so all that's in the refrigerator for whoever wants to eat. I had some of the beef rib for lunch today and some of my uncle's beans as well. So that was outstanding. Whatever they want to eat out. Lots of leftovers in there from the weekend. I also made a bunch of macaroni salad with shrimp in it. So there's a lot for them to eat.
Macaroni salad with shrimp in it.
Yeah, macaroni salad in New Orleans or in the South is a thing, and Hawaii. But they put shrimp in it. Yes, it's got shrimp, pimentos, a bell pepper, onion, mayonnaise, a little egg. It's really good. It's my favorite thing my grandma made after her fried chicken and crawfish bisque was her macaroni salad.
Interesting.
So that's why I always make it and my wife loves it. So I make it.
There you go.
Had me at fried chicken.
Of course we did.
How you doing?
I love Michael Severe Mondays. These are my favorite.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is my. Remember that. John, what's this?
What is that? It looks like
what's this, John? What's this, John?
Looks like a rack.
It's a Major League Baseball player's poster.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, that was Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson. If he only would have had a lightsaber instead of a bat, it would have been so much better. Legendary.
Michael will be in on Friday.
Awesome.
I will be in on Friday. Yes.
And we'll have a fun fact about all 18 Big Ten teams. We might get through
a stat.
Or a stat.
Break this up across multiple segments, John.
Yeah, it may have to.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah, we go 9 and 9 if we want. We do that way.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Cool.
We got the time.
Nice.
We do.
All right, Michael Severe, take care.
Bye, Michael.
Don't forget, give him the information for the.
Go to the jetaward.com.
Yep.
And on there's all the information about our event August 21st over at Hurrdat Sports Bar. We've got a great roundtable. Now, Danny Noonan can't be there, but we added Brett Clark. I didn't know a lot about Brett, but Brett was an All-American safety, all Big 8, back-to-back years. Left here with a bunch of records for pass defendings and tackles and some interceptions too. So a very talented guy. So he's standing in for Danny Noonan, but also Jason Peter, Jay Foreman, and Zach Bowman. So it's going to be fun. We got an auction, all that information at jetaward.com.
Ask Brett how they went from being such a average defense in 83 to the best defense in 84.
Good question.
Because they had to be, because the offense wasn't
right. Right. But I mean, it was crazy how that defense took a mighty leap.
Oh, yeah.
In one
defense
year.
was good in 82, right? Too?
Yes. But then
good in 84, but 83
a bunch of dudes, and 83 was kind of a middle year, but they thought they had enough offense to win it all. And it didn't.
Alas, they didn't.
Howard Schnellenberger came flying in on a stupid helicopter and some dumb quarterback
Your
named
Christmas
Bernie.
gift was ruined.
It was ruined.
Yeah.
Ruined.
Michael Severe Monday.
Bye,
All right,
Michael.
See you Friday.
Bye. See you later.
That's a reminder that our football road trip contest, we are 2 weeks from Saturday until the Cincinnati game.
2 weeks from Thursday, John.
Or Thursday.
It's a Thursday. People forget.
Well, it's going to end up being played on Saturday because of the rain that happens on Thursday and Friday.
You
They'll get pushed
monster.
back. Anyway, if you want to go with 2 tickets, free parking, lodging near the stadium, and a $100 gift card.
We're not even getting that.
Visit 1620thezone.com and register today. The 1620 The Zone football road trip contest is powered by Bankers Trust. Experience the Bankers Trust difference today.
Awesome.
We will come back, and content is coming up next, including, even though they did not win, the Dallas Cowboys did have a highlight in their preseason game.
You need to get my team's name out your mouth. You are obsessed.
I would love
Derangement
to get your
syndrome.
team. I would like to get your team's name out of everybody's mouth.
Stop talking
forever.
about it. You're obsessed. I didn't send you anything.
End them.
I
eliminate them. Like contract them.
Over.
Send them to a private. You know what? You can send Jared and his boys over to a private little island, and they can just stay there.
Whoa, private islands. Are they on the list?
Designated Hitler.
Oh no! Oh, I guarantee you, Jared's on that list. Jared probably helped put some people in there.
Would that get him the team taken away from?
Are you kidding? In the NFL,
They probably built him a statue.
They probably already have.
They probably built him a statue.
I'm sure they have.
Awesome.
We'll be back. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You go to the website right now, krtrelief.com, and immediately you are going to get an offer for 10% off your order. And how about this? Free shipping on orders over $50. $15. An incredible deal for a product that has really helped me out over the last few months. It's been a wonky year for your boy and my running and how my body has felt. But since I've had a chance to try out KRT Athletic Muscle Cream and then use KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, I've been feeling so much better. My leg has been feeling so much better as well. This is your chance to enhance your life and health like millions of others who sadly suffer from muscle fatigue. Well, don't be like those millions of others. Utilize what they have here with KRT Athletic Muscle Cream to supplement, regenerate, and get better and feel better with those muscles, with the cramp pain, whatever that you have been going through for however long you have been going through it. Again, go to the website today, krtrelief.com. Claim 10% off that order. And again, free shipping on orders over $15. It's krtrelief.com.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
It is the Kinda Like NIL 5K giveaway. Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Kinda Like NIL giveaway. Enter now at 1620thezone.com. Perhaps you could use that $5,000 to sabotage the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh, no. Are they still good?
That's about the only way they're going to lose is if somehow you can spend your Kinda Like NIL giveaway to sabotage them.
Speaking of the Brewers.
After a season where the best record in baseball bounced around between several teams, the Milwaukee Brewers, John's besties, are now 5 games ahead of the field for the best record in the game, riding a 9-game win streak capped off by a 5-run comeback in which former Creighton Blue Jay Isaac Collins hit his first career walk-off homer.
Nick loves sentences that long.
Tell me why Milwaukee won't win the World Series.
Well, I think that sentence is only outdone by the length of the Brewers' win streak. They're 24-4 since July 6th.
Whoa. That's 6 months after January 6th.
Why won't they? Because they're the Brewers, and they always find a way to El Foldo in the playoffs. The question is, though,
Sounds like the Cubs
who in
before
the
2016?
National League could do it? The Phillies right now look like the only team that might have a shot at derailing
You
them.
don't want that city to have more success. What about the Cubs? No. I thought the Cubs were good.
No.
Are the Cubs good now?
Yeah, they're good.
The Brewers have never won the World Series, right?
No.
Well, that would be pretty cool then.
No, it wouldn't.
I'd be happy for them. I got an answer for you, John. What about the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Too many pitching injuries, and
who needs a pitcher?
And their so-called best player can only play half of what he used to.
Well, he still pitches sometimes, just not very well. That'd be pretty amazing if you're right. I've heard that going to games up there in Milwaukee is pretty fun. So, again, I wouldn't hate it. I know you'd be sad. Who's going to stop? What about someone from the AL? Couldn't somebody from the AL stop them, John?
I don't
What
think
about
so.
the New York Yankees or the Detroit Tigers? What about the Seattle Mariners? They're good. I said earlier I'd pick them if they played today.
I know you would.
Mariners knock them out in the World Series in 7 games. Stibbs combusts of excitement and happiness. Yep.
The Mets of New York and the Yankees, also of New York,
The Bronx, yeah.
have been all kinds of sucks since the All-Star break. These two teams who were in contention for their respective divisions are now the last teams in the playoffs.
Oh!
Which one or both misses the postseason?
I think the Yankees are more likely to miss the postseason out of either of these two teams, but I think both of them are still going to make it in. Their rosters are too good, John, to miss out on the playoffs, and the playoffs are too big to miss out on the playoffs with the amount of money that they're spending. Both teams make it. Yankees should be more worried.
Well, I was the one that picked
Baseball.
the Yankees not to make the playoffs.
I was wondering what you were doing over there with your little fingers.
I'm gonna lean into the bit and say the Mets will make it. The Yankees will not.
Wow, interesting.
The annual I'm going to restart
Let's
that.
restart
My tongue
that,
was
Edit
weird.
that out of the podcast, Nick.
The annual Athletic QB Tiers piece came out today from Mike Sando, and the takes are a-flowing. Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow were actually tied for the top spot with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Mr. Injured Matthew Stafford rounding out the top 5. Jaden Daniels came in at 6. Super Bowl champ Jalen Hurts tied for 9th. Sweaty Dak at number 12, and my guy Tua all the way down at number 17. Give me some of your early reactions.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. I thought that Brock Purdy is not a tier 2 quarterback. I do have to wonder, no trolling, if Dak Prescott no longer belongs in tier number 2.
You can't sell healthy anymore, man.
Well, it's that, but there's no success in the postseason.
People forget about it. Yeah, it's pretty sad, actually.
Talent-wise, he certainly is, but and yeah, I would have to admit, I think Matthew Stafford's probably not a tier 1 quarterback at this point. Age certainly is in there.
Yeah, I think that there's an obvious tier 1 of quarterbacks, and that is 4 guys, and that then the more interesting discussion is whatever you want to do with tier 2. I was a little surprised to see Daniels that high. And last year,
if you're wondering, CJ Stroud, he was also up pretty high, and then he has fallen year over year. And that, in my opinion, makes sense. And so there's a part of me last year, by the way, CJ had 12 tier 1 votes, 35 tier 2, and 3 in tier 3. And then this year, more in tier 3, only 1 vote for tier 1 and 39 in tier 2. So there's a part of me that wonders if we're doing the same thing to Jaden Daniels that we did to CJ Stroud. And this is not, by the way, any hate of Washington. As Michael said, the year 2 sophomore slump. Could that be a thing with him? I'm really interested to see how we view Baker Mayfield, as his offensive coordinator is now gone. He's the coach of the Jaguars, and Liam Cohen. How we view him, a Brock Purdy as well. Like these guys that have had some really solid seasons in a variety of different ways. How do we view them after this season? I mean, Brock now, he's making a ton of money, and so what he was good for was being good on a budget.
Mm-hmm.
Now he ain't that anymore, and so he's going to be judged differently.
Yes, he is.
Which is going to be really interesting to follow.
Shedeur Sanders did not show up on the athletics list, but he did show up for his NFL preseason game last weekend and threw 2 touchdowns. How many touchdowns have you thrown, Josh?
0. Well, no, I mean, I did when I was a kid.
Yeah, how many?
I don't know, 2 actually.
Wow, you're basically Shedeur.
Nice.
Does this elevate Shedeur's chances of making the Browns out of camp?
I didn't realize that was a question. I think he's definitely going to make the team. I think he could start. I would bet on him. Put it on the list. He'll start this year for the Browns.
Put that on the list.
I will put it on the list. That quarterback room is garbage. And also, everyone in that quarterback room gets hurt all the time.
There's so many of them.
I'll take that. I'll take your list item and I'll take it a step further. He will start
opening day.
And, well, sure, why not? He will start.
He's starting opening day.
And not because of injury.
Yes, I would agree.
Within the first 5 games.
Okay.
On merit.
He will be the starter. He will be announced as he will be elevated to starter and not because of injury within the first 5 weeks of the season.
I like how Nick put it. He'll start on merit within the first 5 weeks. Perfect.
That's good.
All right.
John?
Ooh.
Your Rams rolled Josh's Cowboys in preseason action on Saturday night.
A thing that John doesn't think should exist, a reminder, by the way.
But the Cowboy highlight of the game, Josh.
This was not a highlight. This was a low light.
Was CeeDee Lamb's tackle of a referee.
Sideline can clear things up as we look at CeeDee Lamb on the sideline. Kyle?
Yeah, guys, this happened right in front of me. CeeDee Lamb was celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender. He was so excited, he jumped in front of an official.
The best part of that highlight.
Yeah, what is the best? Because there's a lot of things to love about this. What's the best part?
Okay, so what happened was he's standing in the white, which
you're
is
not allowed to
which
do.
You're not allowed to do. And the receiver that he's watching has
Bingo.
broken free.
He's wide open.
He's wide open.
With Joe Milton, Mr. Arm, Joe Milton in, who launches the ball to space.
So he
Except
launches the
this
ball in
time.
the air.
Not this time, though.
So
CeeDee thinks, touchdown!
So CeeDee thinks this is going to be a touchdown. He's got his back turned to the play, and the referee who's running up the sideline to follow the play just runs right into the back of him. The best part about this was CeeDee was celebrating, and the pass went incomplete.
It was an underthrow. Again, Joe Milton is known. Go watch any highlight of Joe Milton. That's a good thing. It is always him just launching the ball and throwing it 1,000,000 miles an hour. And then of all the times that you would expect him to throw the ball 1,000,000 miles an hour, he underthrows it, and CeeDee gets crashed into by a ref. John, the fact that he is fine, thank God. If he
should have been hurt. He deserved to be hurt on that.
Rooting for injuries.
To
You know,
be that
Jesus.
stupid, to be that dumb. Even Jesus would say, CeeDee,
No,
that was really dumb.
He would
probably,
say,
you probably deserve to be on the
want some
injury list for
loaves?
the first 6
With
weeks.
some loaves and some fishes.
Do we know how the ref is after that?
Who cares about the ref?
Oh,
He's fine.
we can't
Are you
care
gonna
about
defend
the ref.
I'm
Well,
so
yeah, I'm going to
thankful.
defend the ref. The ref was supposed to be
You're
there.
such a goober.
The ref was supposed to be there. CeeDee had no business
Shouldn't have
being
been
there.
standing there. I would agree. Shouldn't have been standing there.
I think he should be suspended. I mean, this is as dangerous as those people driving recklessly. I think he should be suspended for the first 6
Jerry
weeks.
Jones would probably suspend him and take away some of his money.
That was hilarious, though.
I'm so happy he's okay. That would have been terrible. I would have cried. The
Would have
season's
you?
already going to be horrible, but that would have been. He's like the best player.
There's other good players in the Cowboys.
In the receiver room, I mean, Pickens is solid, but who else, Nick? Mingo?
Yeah, why not?
No, it's not Jonathan Mingo.
Call him Mr. Mango.
No, I will not call him Mr. Mango. It's Mingo.
Horrible news?
No, don't put that in quotes. Say it a little louder, Nick.
As we want horrible news?
Wow. I said louder, not higher.
As we wind down today's show, there's no Monday Night Football preseason game tonight.
So?
Week 1 of the preseason is done, actually.
Sad.
What's going on with this league? Why do we even need preseason?
It's amazing. The last 2 questions were about preseason. John has brought up no less than 12 times today that the Cowboys lost to the Rams this weekend. And now I want to watch a lovely preseason football game, and it's like, preseason doesn't matter.
I'm sure if you turn one of your 8 TVs on and maybe
Just
sacrifice iRobot or whatever it is you're watching.
Mr. Robot, iRobot's a movie.
Mr. Roboto.
I'm sure NFL Network is rerunning the preseason games you did not see this weekend.
That's true.
Yeah,
actually,
go watch the Dolphins
So
Bears.
go watch
I actually
those.
haven't watched the Cowboys game yet, so maybe I'll do that. What, Nick? I was busy. It wasn't on locally.
See, there you go.
I watched some of the Packer game this weekend.
Well, then watch it again.
What's his name? Willis? What's their quarterback? Their backup quarterback? Malik Willis?
Peter Tom Willis?
No, isn't it Malik Willis? Sam, you're probably listening. Malik Willis.
What you talking about, Willis?
Bad pocket awareness by him on the game on Saturday. Bad, John. He kept getting sacked and fumbling.
You can watch the Packers again, and then you can watch
Already watched them.
Adrian Martinez.
I think we all have bad pocket awareness sometimes. You ever reach in your pants and find like a $5 bill?
No, never.
Really?
No. Though I did find a $20 bill when walking banks a couple months ago. That was awesome.
Oh, that's some good walk-in awareness.
Yeah, I used it to buy a book.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Instead of returning it to its owner, Josh.
What am I
nice.
going to do? Hey, anybody in the neighborhood need $20?
Not need, lose.
No, who's going to say, oh, yes, that was my $20?
The person who lost $20.
On every door?
Yeah, why not?
Interesting.
Big news was announced earlier today for the UFC. Ugh. As Paramount Plus became the new home for Josh and Stib's least favorite sport, also mine. I don't care about dudes fighting each other.
Nice.
The thing most discussed? The pay-per-view model is dead. All events will air on the regular subscription of Paramount Plus. What does this mean for the future of the sport?
Actually, this could end up being even more lucrative for them because this is essentially, because remember, the UFC and WWE are owned by the same company.
Mm-hmm.
This is the model that WWE has been using now since they went to Peacock. All of their events, their SummerSlam, WrestleMania, they're all on Peacock. So this is the same premise.
Not anymore, though, right?
Yeah, they're moving.
Well, they're moving to ESPN, but it's still the same idea. All you need is a subscription to that service, and you can watch the pay-per-views that you used to pay $50 or $60 for. So the UFC is basically doing the same thing as WWE. And how much was Paramount paying for this? Did we see?
Not that I saw. Well,
I'm assuming it's pretty lucrative.
Yeah.
And so if anything, it's reinforcing the fact that the pay-per-view model is dead. And this is the new way of going about things. And now if you're a subscriber to Husker 24/7, you get all the UFC
Look,
fights.
I know that we do no free ads. We love Husker 24/7 Sports, though, so I'm happy to talk about it. We have subscriptions, and this is the best perk. Not the best. You get Schaefer and BC and Brunson's writing.
Well, but that's a perk.
That's true. That's a part. That's
you're
a part
buying
of the subscription.
Schaefer, but you're getting the perk of
this
the
is a
Paramount
ridiculously good perk.
Yes.
I use Paramount Plus a lot. I know you watch games on Saturdays and
I
Sundays
do.
because the HD is crisper. They have movies. I wish that I don't wish I was a UFC fan, but if I was a UFC fan, this would be incredible news. This is great news for them. And you wonder, like, a question that I have, John, is could we ever see something like this with boxing? Or is that just too impossible because it's across multiple networks?
Well,
it's not under an umbrella.
Yeah, who are you signing with?
Yeah.
Right? Because all these boxers
Go back to HBO.
Well, but they all have.
That's the thing.
The thing is, there's not a UFC for boxing.
They need Venu.
There's not a UFC for boxing because everyone's represented by these different, agencies, and there's not like a singular governing body.
Yeah.
And so it won't work that way.
Interesting that is boxing the one sport that doesn't have a single governing body?
I mean, in America, I don't know. I mean, it's tough, It's just different because you have champions in different little,
Yeah, boxing always confuses me because I hear these two guys are fighting each other and I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't want to say that it's like a barrier of entry of me getting into the sport. I think the barrier of entry is just I wasn't into it as a kid, and so it's hard to get into it when you're 36.
Well, it's not mainstream anymore.
And that's the thing, though.
Bud Crawford is the closest thing that boxing
Yeah.
has to mainstream today, and compared to what it was in the 80s, even in the 90s.
Yeah.
Bud
Or heck,
Crawford's a
even
blip on
70s
the
and
radar.
60s. Yeah,
which is a shame. I mean, it's a shame because Bud could have been like a Sugar Ray Leonard or a Marvin Hagler, someone who got mainstream attention and advertisements and all that other stuff, but the sport has dramatically changed.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's like, would I have been a bigger boxing fan if I would have grown up in an era, not even just like you did with the boxers, but in the era of access like you did? I mean, it's a good question. It's hard to say.
Finally, sad news for John Bishop.
Oh.
AOL is set to shut down the dial-up internet service that once was the symbol of internet connectivity after 40 years. A company webpage titled Dial-Up Internet to be discontinued states that the service will be stopped on September 30th. Pour one out, fellows.
There was still dial-up internet?
I can't believe that is a thing.
My dad had dial-up internet up until 4 years ago.
That is insane.
I didn't So they were still using the modem and through the phone line?
Yeah. It wasn't AOL,
Really?
though. Like, I guess it was through, like, it was through some Iowa, like...
Probably Mediacom.
Company. Probably Mediacom, but I don't know if they all used the same infrastructure.
Wow.
I don't know. Is all dial-up internet dead, or is it just AOL?
Well, this story was just AOL. I can't imagine that there are too many other dial-up internets that are even out there. I don't know why there would be. I don't even know that they install that still. Also, how cheap
Well,
would
it's just
that
a
be?
phone line, isn't it?
But
you have to have the modem
Yeah.
to hook up into the phone line. Yeah.
So in theory, if you bought a modem, a dial-up modem, and just plugged it into your phone line, it would, like, you could get connected. But there has to be a service provider.
Well, yeah,
right?
and that would be AOL.
But so yeah, I can't imagine there's many because I just don't know the margins on that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine you make money.
No.
That's crazy.
I never had an
Also, people don't
AOL
have
subscription
phones anymore.
Never had AOL. We had
Really?
We had CompuServe.
Yeah, we had AOL. We had Juno at first. You ever have Juno? You know what Juno is? My
I've heard of
grandpa
it.
still has a Juno email. And then we had AOL. And then we got high speed in 2006 and never went back. It was wild back in the day. Like, can I get on the internet? Yeah. And then like, hey, get off the internet. I'm expecting a phone call.
Yep.
Oh, wild.
What my dad has now, it's not satellite internet, but it uses a kind of dish, and then it has to be pointed at something, and then it kind
at
of
outer space.
Not
like,
outer space,
like at a satellite.
No, it's like there's some receiver that the dish needs to be pointed at, terrestrial receiver. And that's how he gets his internet.
Interesting.
It's fast.
Internet.
Welcome to the internet.
Nice.
Wow.
Take a look around.
Remember the AOL discs?
Oh,
they
yeah.
would just send in the mail.
Yeah, free 50 hours or whatever it was. Good times. We love the internet, don't we, folks?
We'll wrap up the Grum and tell you what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I had someone recently text me and ask me, where does that line come from about eating my neighbors?
Everyone always asks about that clip in this,
which is actually a good thing.
And I explained who this person was, assuming that they knew who Alex Jones was, and they were like, "Who's that?"
Wow, that's wild.
That makes me happy.
I'll eat my neighbors. But thank you, Alex Jones, for that great clip.
Will you be eating your neighbors tonight, John?
No, I will be eating leftovers. Last night we had chicken parm.
You taste so good.
And it did taste so good. So much so that we're having it again.
Nice.
Chicken parm. You taste so good.
Don't you hate chicken parm, Nick?
I don't hate it. I just haven't had any that's blown my mind. I've never had it like, this is great. It's like a margarita. I've never had a margarita where
Nick,
I'm like,
I made some killer margaritas. You should have had them.
I know.
I mean, first of all, why do they call it chicken parm? Isn't that mozzarella on top usually?
Good question. I don't
Shouldn't
know.
it be chicken mozz?
I like
Chicken
mozzarella. I feel like what I'm having tonight triggers one of you. I think it's John. White chicken chili. Are you triggered?
That ain't chili.
I thought so.
I
was like,
I mean,
that sounds
chicken soup. I'm sure it's delicious, but it ain't chili.
Yeah, when Riss was like, yeah, we're having white chicken chili, I was like, oh man, I think that's going to trigger John, but I can't remember if it's him or Nick.
It bothers me that because the chili is a white chili, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
So
white
why
chicken
don't
chili.
they call it chicken white chili?
That's a good question. Don't know. Probably alliteration.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yum. I can't wait. Also, she got these salt and vinegar chips recently at
Oh,
Costco.
yum.
These huge bags.
Ass.
And I just eat them like I graze them. And I'm going to go home and graze
Are
those
they
before
the
dinner.
Miss Vickies?
Yeah, you graze them
No,
like
they're
a cow.
way better than those. It's a brand out of Wisconsin that I'd never heard of before. And I was like, these are incredible. She bought 3 more bags. So we have 3 big-ass bags still.
Well, good. You keep that ass to yourself.
Oh,
I'll take some. I'll take some of that ass.
Come on over, Nick. Have some of my salt and vinegar chips.
Nice.
You can go over to Josh's and have some ass.
I'll eat my neighbors.
That's what they should put on there. Yeah,
I
and save
eat
them on printing costs.
Salt and vinegar chips.
Just
I eat
ass. Just ass.
They're so good, John.
We have so many leftovers from Paige's bridal shower yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of like charcuterie type of stuff and lunch meats. But we also made like these pork chop medallions on Saturday night. So we're going to finish those up, and it's going to be a combination of that and other leftovers that we need to get through.
Gosh, food. It's a good thing.
I love food.
Yes, it is.
And that's what's for dinner.
And that is what's for dinner. Tomorrow,
It's the busy day.
it's a very busy day because it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because
And-
we have Mike Farron.
Yep.
We have Bruns.
Yep.
We have our 25 teams, which is, what did I say? It was USC.
I think you said
That
USC.
sounds
USC.
right.
We have Mitch Holtis, and we have Steve Sipple.
Holy God.
Busy, busy day.
By the way, for Wednesday, I already have a dumb debates question written down that I think will be
Is
a
it should
fun
salt
one.
and vinegar chips be renamed ass?
No, definitely should not.
I've
Man,
got
I might send a video of me eating it to you later.
I've got
You know what? I'm going to pretend that they're not ass chips and they're like regular potato chips or maybe some sour cream and onion.
So vinegary.
Hey, Josh.
Yum, 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 yum.
I know that.
Oh, they're
you-
from Michigan, by the way, the chips. I thought they were, what did I say? Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Michigan.
I know you won't judge
Thank
me for
you.
this. I am interested because lately I've been
Cautiously subscribing.
trying to dip my fries in like aioli. That's really good. But
Oh,
I
good
think
grief,
Buffalo
not another one.
I think that I'm ready to try malt vinegar and fries.
Nick, that is a great
I think I'm finally
decision.
there.
Nick.
I'm kind of getting like I'm not over ranch, but I want to see what else is out there. You know,
God.
It's a great decision.
Really?
By the way, also tomorrow, Mike Eckler is speaking. So is Phil Snow and 4 to 5 players. We are hoping that Archie Wilson will be speaking with his legs.
like good day, mate.
Oi.
Shrimp on the
Speaking with
babby.
his legs.
Well, speaking and then kicking the ball. I don't know what happens. I
Or
don't know
he's
how
just gonna have the
punters
ball
talk. What
in
happens
there?
with punters? I don't know. I can't wait to see this guy.
Is he going to be kicking the football around like it's a soccer ball, just in place?
Man, that no cheering in the press box rule might get broken when he comes out onto the field for the first time.
People are stoked for this.
I'm going to cheer. Yeah, punter.
Scribes love this punter.
Nebraska's had good punters before.
Yeah, but none that kick the ball with both legs, John.
Or from Australia.
Boy.
Exactly.
No, they have had an Australian, and it didn't work out too well.
Oh, that's right. They did. Daniel Cerny.
Have a great rest of your Monday, folks, and we'll talk to you tomorrow on 1620 The Zone.
Goodbye.